that!
I love Astronaut.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm! I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm!
Beat your fucking ass, you stupid mage. I like the combat. I won't lie. I like the combat in this dumb game for some reason. Disintegrate armor on touch. Nice. I can just melt an armor with some nasty boss. Ooh, necromancer robes, but they don't do anything. Whoa. He was casting some spells on me. I didn't get... Oh, yeah, I did. I guess I regen mana. Reminds me of Indiana Jones when he shoots the goddamn guy with the sword. He's like, la la la, like a whirling dervish. This whirling dervish guy comes out and he just pulls out the gun and he's like, kills the guy instantly. Like, yeah, that's it is about the appropriate response to something like that. Yeah, are you gonna fight it or are you gonna just shoot him? I didn't really want to get in these fights. I'm just looking around for the well that should be here. Isn't?
Who's there?
Shut up, you. Like I'm gonna answer you. Ooh, you're not gonna make it, friend. Yeah, I killed your ass. There's like 3 fucking arrows sticking out of his chest. I do really like that. Why can't other games do this? Why can't other games show the fucking arrows where you hit them? Look, I hit his ass right in the goddamn chest, in the dead center of his chest, and 1 in the heart, too. Oh, yeah, I mean, ooh, looking sexy.
What's that?
It's your impending doom. Hello.
Show me what you
Yeah, you, bitch.
This ends here.
What?
Am I supposed to be impressed?
Yeah, shoot me with that thing. I love this combat. It's actually very entertaining. Fuck you. He's low, he's low. Fuck this guy. I'm gonna kill the skeleton. I killed the skeleton. Fuck you. I'm like, somebody burdened me, I think. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I have to use a potion of something. Sort by. Oops. No! No. Nope, nope. Sort by. Yeah. There. There we go. Oh, heal. I can't move because somebody burdened me. Oh, that son of a bitch. I don't know. Healing. Sorcery, sorcery. Healing. Punch. Run. I'm not burdened anymore. Heal. Heal, heal. I should save, I should save. Heal, heal, heal. Fuck you guys. Yep, yep. No, no ranged. Oh. Fuck off, adept. Fuck off, adept. Fuck off. Nope, nope. You die, damn you. Fuck you. Oh, this is very bad. So, we got a sort by... Oh, yeah, anything new? No, I don't think so. Sort by lower stuff. Out, 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 out. 340. Yeah, that should be alright. What? Oh, God. Heal. I got another one. I can't believe I won this. This battle is so much better than, like, Dark and Darker or whatever. I hope they make more games like this, because it is good. It is good. What's that? Oh, no. Fuck off. Fuck you. Dick. Just full strip, bitch. Resist fire, burgundy linens. Fortified magicka pants worth 2,000. How much magicka? I mean, how much? It's 20 points. I mean, that's okay. Greaves of the Deep Dweller, resist fire. Resist fire might be better than fortified magicka, I think. Oh, no, no. Well, yes, because they have 4 defense. The other ones don't. Lame. Alright. And I can't do resist fire burgundy. No, they're just gonna sell. They're just gonna sell. Alright. 406 over 355. 373, 371, 362. 353. This is like two dead corpses, a couple of fucking chainmail cuirasses, a couple of like things of boots. That dwarven mace is actually pretty good coin, but I think it's probably very heavy. Yeah. Let's drop some lighter weapons, I guess. Yeah, like iron. Ooh, Blade of Woe, except it's not worth anything for some reason. I don't really understand that. Silver Mace, drop me to 342. Yeah, we'll come back and we'll get this load. I like this combat. Wait, is this deeper? Oh god, it is deeper. These places are so like needlessly huge. But I mean, they wanted you to get like the best RPG on the system. They really wanted you to feel that way. Ooh, look, they're light, but I don't know. Yeah, man, that's all money. Yeah, there's good money here, but I need the damn, Wait, don't I have Summon Scamp or something? Stunted Magicka. Oh, active effects. I have Stunted Magicka because of Atronach, but I have Drain Agility, Drain... Oh, Destruction, Drain Intelligence, Magnitude, 10 points of defense, Drain Willpower. Well, I've been drained for a while. Burning Touch, Candlelight. Oh, I have Candlelight, but I don't have the Magicka. Oh, okay, what about Summon, whatever? Yeah, Shocking Touch or whatever. Can I get all? Bound Bow. Oh, yeah, but I can't cast it. I can't cast it. Feather would be nice if I had mana. I thought about Summon Scamp. No? Oh well. I guess not. That's alright. I mean, I'm doing well in the game. I taught these bitch-ass mages what for. Like, that was... By the way, that 5 mage scuffle with the 3 summons and stuff was like the best Bethesda fight I've ever been in. It was fair. It wasn't like it was bullshit, but it wasn't like they were fair about the damage or whatever. It was actually like a good fight. It felt really genuinely good. How the fuck do I get out of here? South. Okay, south. So, no, I guess I do actually go back this way, huh? No. No! What did you drink? What was that sound? What did you drink? Okay, whatever. Place is so needlessly big. Well, now I'm full. I guess I'll just go rest at the fucking mana fountain again after I sell or whatever. Let's wait a day over here. Oh no, there's enemies again. God damn it. Where is there enemies? There's not enemies. You're lying. Can't stand it when developers lie with their terrible spaghetti code. What? Oh, God. I kind of wish Fortnite had fist fighting like this. It feels good. I feel like they can make it feel really good. Like third hit would like stun you slightly. They can make it feel so good. Oh, gotta be careful. Save. What was that sound? Potion of healing consumed. Why? Wait, what? Oh, no. One is magic. It's heal major wounds. Yeah, here. Oh, I just used another potion. That's so dumb. Whatever. There's a developer involved. Am I surprised? No. If there's a developer, expect loss and fuck ups. Can I? Yeah. I can finally leave. Get me out of here.
At level 19, you should acquire the Hatred's Soul Bow. The reason you want to wait as long as possible for this is because just like in the original, most weapons scale to your level. So if you find it at least...
Doing so much better now that I have a house. I like this other account. Makes it very easy.
A pleasure to have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Glass mace. Nice, 385. Lesser Staff of Silence. Elven Bow. For 5 seconds. Never mind. 5 seconds of silence is no good. I don't want to carry this around anymore. Ooh, Elven Bow, though. That
Come
is
again.
good. Yeah. Leave.
Be seeing you.
Yeah. We'll equip that, and we'll put it on the bar. Dwarven Bow. Elven Bow. Nice. Oh, yeah. Now that I have an Elven Bow, I think I can talk to that bow lady and get bow training.
I offer the finest goods and
Lesser
lowest
Staff of
prices in all
Severing.
Cyrodiil.
Goblin Shaman Staff. Shit. Shock damage on target.
You drive a hard bargain. An excellent bargain.
Now I'm down to 173 out of 355. The resist fire is better than all the others. I can't sell the others.
Thank you for your business.
They're like
Bye.
magical items, I think, and I've got to go to Divine Elegance or whatever it's called. You won't chop this. What's your fucking problem? Is it Mystic Emporium? I think it is.
also being basically invincible. Those modes likely being nice for those just wanting to experience the story, but if you want
It's my
something
pleasure.
slightly easier than Adept, you just don't really have that.
Always keep
Novice
your
makes the
magical
game's combat
weapons
trivial to
charged.
deal with, to the point
Let's
where
do
you
business.
don't really have to try. And it seems like what happened was, in the
Only
process of
quality
adapting
goods
this
for sale
difficulty
here.
slider, some of these
But
values were
farewell.
just poorly chosen,
Go ahead.
or we need more options to flesh it out.
Have a look at my
Right now, things
wares.
are just tuned
I'm sure
way
there's
too
something to suit
dramatically
you.
regardless of which direction you go. On Adept, your damage dealt and taken is at 1x. There's no modifiers up or down. Simply going to Expert makes enemies hit you 3 times as hard, while you're hitting them for 40% less damage. So just by tuning the difficulty up 1 tick, enemies get a 300% damage increase while you're
200.
dealing nearly half as
200.
much
It's
damage,
200 and
which is
then
an
999.
abnormally large jump for one difficulty setting.
Something that might help you. No, I don't want to type all this because I'm wrong. I know a secret, but I'd have to show what I'm talking about, and it's just dumb. He's gonna be like, "What are you talking about?" This is my thing. I know what I'm talking about. I know I'm right, but I have to go show the example, and it's impossible in this particular.
Especially when you're just going from...
It's not 3x. It's 200. It's 200. It's 200. 200%. It's not x. It's 200%. 200%. And then 999. It goes 0, 200, 999. Adept is 0. Expert is 200, and whatever it is, Ultra is like 999% of what 0 normally is. And that's why it takes so fucking long. That's why I complain about Bullet Sponge all the time, because they could easily fix that with a simple equation, but they don't, because they're lazy and they suck, and they don't deserve the money that they steal from people. And I really don't like them. I don't like them most of the time. Their laziness, when it's really crazy how they'll do stuff. Like, what did I see today? They, like, Once Human is adding a bicycle to their fucking game, but I mean, like, it's a goddamn Fallout 76 dungeon game. Why? I mean, bicycles are cool or whatever, but I mean, Once Human is Once Human is a really. There is somebody on foot. Yeah, there is somebody on foot right there. No. Yes, horse. Player on horse. I'm just going to put this wood away. I'm going to hide in a bush for a minute. Or no, I'm going to go somewhere else for a minute. No. Yeah, I'm going to go somewhere else for a minute.
Too hard. And on Master, enemies are going to be hitting you 5 times as hard, while you get a nice 80% reduction to your own damage output. And compared to Skyrim, all of this is kind of insane. Enemies would only ever hit you at 3x damage, and Expert was a nice stepping stone to higher difficulty in Skyrim. In Oblivion originally, you could technically tune this even higher, with enemies dealing 6 times as much damage, so that's likely how we kind of got these crazy damage modifiers in the current version of Oblivion Remastered. They were looking at some of the crazy damage figures from the original version, but it was a slider, so all of that worked a lot better. You had way more freedom in your choice of difficulty because you could just tune things up or down a lot more freely with a lot more options in between, like quite literally 100 different difficulty options. When you try and adapt that down to 5, the same system is just not working right now. Because as it stands right now with a remaster, if you're playing on Expert or above, it's not that it's impossible, you definitely can beat the game, better players than me are doing it, it's just the reality is that it's going to be a dramatically harder game compared to the normal mode. The issue players are complaining about isn't that the game's too difficult per se, but instead that you're not able to really find a difficulty that plays how you want, at least for a lot of people. Oftentimes the difficulty modes are either way too hard or way too easy. Like, just for comparison, going into this dungeon, on Expert I couldn't get past the very first goblin that was here. On Apprentice I could literally eat shots all day because they did basically nothing and my health would automatically regenerate faster than most enemies could damage me.
A fine transaction. That's a
It's
fair
only been a
deal.
few days, but Oblivion Remastered mods are already getting really good. Alternative
got a
Start
great
just dropped,
deal
allowing you to skip the fairly lengthy prison and sewer intro sequence to Oblivion. Now you're going to build out your character and immediately find yourself aboard a boat with some basic items around you. Simply sleep in this bed and
Thank
you'll
you
wake
for
right
your-
next to Imperial City at the docks. A much faster way to
Farewell.
begin for those Oblivion veterans out there, or those of you just wanting to do yet another playthrough. And even the Oblivion Remastered script extender is already here. It's of course fairly basic right now, as you'd imagine, but it already supports mods like Baka Achievement Enabler. In Oblivion, using console commands will automatically disable achievements on that entire save. So if you do this once, you're just committing to no longer getting achievements here. Or of course, download this mod, which will stop achievements from ever being disabled, so they'll always work regardless of what you do in game.
A pleasure.
And if you already used console commands that
So in this Oblivion Remastered video, I'm going to be showing you all 20 crucial tips I wish I knew sooner in the game. These tips are going to help you out so much. Anyways, next up here will be over what to purchase to get started with alchemy, and also how to level it up
For the right
really
price,
fast. I'm going to be
I
showing
can make
you a
anything
nice
good
spot
as
that you
new.
go to level it up once again really fast. First off, you want to head over here to the Imperial City Market District. And over here we want to
I
head
offer
to the
the
main
finest
ingredients
goods
shop.
and
Which
lowest
that's
prices
located
in
this
all
way,
Cyrodiil.
head all the way down this way,
Take care.
and it'll be right here on our right back here. So yeah, head in here. So once you get to this dude, just go to barter, and you want to purchase this right here, the novice mortar and pestle. You just need one of them. It's gonna run you about 45 cents, no problem. Okay, so now once you have that, now we're gonna want to fast travel over here outside of Skingrad. So this fast travel right here at the Grateful Pass Stables. Over here is a farm that we can utilize to level up alchemy really quick. You're gonna see. You can use this method that I'm about to be showing you from level 1 to 100 if you wanted. So when you fast travel here, you can find a bunch of grapes right here. So go ahead and just pick these. I mean, you can find them over there too. There's just loads of grapes we can pick right here. Okay, so I just got quite a few to get kickstarted. Now we're gonna run over here this way from the gate, and I'm just gonna fast forward a little bit, just run this way, a little past the castle here to our right. You can just hug the castle wall over here, and it'll lead over here to this farm of tomatoes. Now, this is the combination we need. We need grapes and tomatoes to make a specific potion. And once you got the tomatoes picked, now let's watch the leveling commence. So let's go to our inventory, and we're gonna go, okay, so I just got quite a few to get kickstarted. Now we're gonna run over here this way from the gate, and I'm just gonna fast forward a little bit, just run this way, a little past the castle here to our right. You can just hug the castle wall over here, and it'll lead over here.
Okay. Let's go do that, because the mono thing is starting to really piss me off.
To level up alchemy really quick. You're gonna see. You can use this method that I'm about to be showing you from level 1 to 100 if you wanted. So when you fast travel here, you can find a bunch of grapes right here. So go ahead and just pick these. I mean, you can find them over there too. There's just loads of grapes we can pick right here. Okay, so I just got quite a few to get kickstarted. Now we're gonna run over here this way from the gate, and I'm just gonna fast forward a little bit, just run this way, a little past the castle here to our right. You can just hug the castle wall over here, and it'll lead over here to this farm of tomatoes. Now, this is the combination we need. We need grapes and tomatoes to make a specific potion. And once you got the tomatoes picked, now let's watch the leveling commence. So let's go to our inventory, and we're gonna go down to our novice mortar and pestle, and then just click on it, and then this screen will appear. Now all we're gonna have to do is put our grapes and tomatoes in it. That will make it so we can create these restored fatigue on self potions. Let's go ahead and just create a bunch of these. All you need are the tomatoes and grapes. Keep in mind the leveling won't appear on your screen until you exit out of the mortar and pestle screen. But trust me, you're getting experience and you are leveling up by doing this method. You'll see. Let's see, how many levels did we just get there? Dang, from 10 to 26. Just leveled up 16 times there just by doing this one time. Now to reset the crops, you have to leave the area of where you're getting the crops at and wait 3 days. 72 hours. Just go to the Imperial City Market District or somewhere and just wait there for 3 days and then come back and rinse and repeat, farming all of this to level up your alchemy. But anyways, this leads to my next tip. So after you've done what I just showed you to level up your alchemy really quickly from level 1 to 100 if you wanted, you want to then just simply take everything that you're making from these crops. So like say for example when you go over here to the Imperial City Market District to like get the crops to reset, when you're over here you just want to also take the time to sell all your fatigue potions that you just made from the crops. A good place to go sell them at will be over here at the Mystic Emporium. I typically just sell the potions to this lady here. This is an easy way to get gold really quickly instead of using the duplication glitch if you're just avoiding using that or something. Or who knows, that may be patched one day. You never know. Just sell all these fatigue potions you just made. You can get quite a bit of gold each time you do this. So there you have it. Quick way to get gold legitly. Now since you know how to make gold legitly easily, this is going to bring me to my next tip, and that is over how to level up Mercantile really quickly. And oh goodness, these guys just invaded this place. Anyways.
Legitly. Oops, what's this? Oh, shit. Buddy. The game doesn't look good to me after playing Starfield. After playing Starfield, the game looks so fucking bad to me. But it is fun to play. The combat is fun. Oh no! After all that work picking, oh, you fuck me. I'm not going back on this game. Look, it just crashes all the time. Fuck this game. They need to work on it. They released it too early. I like the shadow drop, don't get me wrong. But I think they understand now how really damaging that hype can be. So they just shadow drop so the hype can't even hurt them. Honestly, I don't even think the shadow drop. I think the shadow drop is misinterpreted as this thing like, oh, they're giving us something really fast with no warning. But no, it's more like they're terrified of the hype, building their game up beyond the level of theft that they're currently engaged in. So then they get like torched in the media. So, you know, I mean, that's like literally how I feel. It's annoying. I don't like being that bitter, but that's like how I feel that they are acting. It's fucked up. Yeah, this was fun, but I mean, like, this game has kind of devolved into like chopping trees, just like Rust. And like, I like that, but it's, I don't know, in Rust it's more fun. I don't know.
We want to head over here to the main ingredient, which I've already showed you.
No, it's starting to get, that stuff's starting to get boring. I'm gonna get off it.
Oh, well, if you ask me, I'll tell you without hesitation, it's PAX Day. And it's for good reason too. It was rushed into early access. The combat wasn't fully fleshed out.
Hardcore.
It's a social MMO without social elements like VoIP. The monetization is questionable at best, and overall it was very bare bones. It was just a UE5 showcase, if anything. But admittedly, that was over a year ago and at the very early stages of early access. But in a recent video talking about PAX Day, I was surprised at some of the updates they'd made. And let's not forget such innovations such as adding a compass. Jesus Christ, I don't realise it's in that bad of a state. And it was at this point I pushed things a bit too far. I'll tell you what, if this video gets 2,069 likes, I'll do a 100-hour review.
We had a good thing, you stupid son of a bitch.
Apparently, it's in my nature to make bad life choices. If I was going to play 100 hours, I was going to set some ground rules. Number 1, no searching the web when I don't know how to do something. If the game's that good, it should be intuitive as to how to do it in the first place. Number 2, this is a solo effort. I can't have people gift me stuff to make the game easier for me. The building and crafting must be done by me. Number 3, I must attempt to experience some sort of end game. For instance, PvP or a boss fight. The last rule and the most important rule, at the end of 100 hours, I must leave a positive Steam review and say something I like about the game. But before we get started, here's a quick word from today's sponsor, who will also be paying for my therapy for playing 100 hours of utter shit. Do you like games that are free? Do you like MMOs?
Oh, yes.
Do you enjoy FPS games? If you answered yes to one or more of these questions, then you have a 100% chance of liking today's sponsor, StarCraft X. Based in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, you and your friends can do PvP and PvE. This game is a unique combination of shooter meets MMORPG. Not only is there in-depth main storyline, there's also side quests which will keep you playing for hours. There's so much to do and so much to discover. You can hunt for artifacts, get lost in side quests, trading, crafting.
How crappy that game looks, even on the fucking videos that they're willing to show.
And a tree.
Ugh.
You also have seasonal content like the Back to the Inside Out, a unique PvE experience packed with hardcore raids, savage bosses, and loot worth dying for. Whether you're going in solo or rolling with your crew, Inside Out will push you to the edge. Make out alive or lose everything trying. And just recently there was a big update to session battles, which includes a new map, new merchant, unique barter branches, temporary paint, enchants, as well as 2 new game modes, deathmatch and arms race. And if you redeem my special code in game, you'll get a free welcome bonus, which is available for both new players and those who haven't logged in game for a long time. That's enough yapping for me, let's get back to the video. So the first thing I had to do was choose the server I was going to spend 100 hours on. Because of my degenerate lifestyle of playing video games till 2 in the morning, I decided to opt into the US server and just hope that I'd fit in. Hello my fellow Americans, I'm just like you, except for I'm filled with less corn syrup and less diabetes. Anyway, from there was 3 servers to choose from. One which looked dead, one which was RP.
I remember this.
Cringe,
How dare you say that? I will defend my lady.
and the other one was the legacy most popular one. So hopefully if I joined it, there'll be other players and other things to see and do. Is this foreshadowing? In the last year, the character creator hasn't changed whatsoever. It's still very bare bones, and everyone seems to have that gormless UE5 face. So naturally, when playing any MMO, I try and insert myself into the game by making my character look exactly like I do.
Looks like grandma, the fucking thing.
Perfect. Everything, down to the last minute details.
Why does my guy look so racist? Thankfully, no one else had named their character Bob, so I got to keep my real name. And
Why
then
does
I
my
had to
guy
choose
look
where on the
so
map I spawned
racist?
in on. The fuck is this, Fortnite? I mean, ooh, let's go drop at Faulty Towers.
Why
That's
does
the
my
thing.
guy look
Is
so
that the relevant
racist?
reference? Anyway, I picked the one in the middle. Ah, that fresh survival smell. You know when you load in and you literally have nothing? Isn't it the greatest
Man,
feeling
that
in the
art does
world?
not look that
I'm
good.
scared to death. I'm frightened and I don't know what to do. I'm confused and I want to go home.
So I spent the first 5 minutes just getting scripts for the game. Since I last played, they've added a few new features. This includes the ability to
Why
run
is he
your
wearing
own
a
market store.
skirt?
So after a
Yeah,
whole
that's gonna
year,
attract the
this
men. All these men that talk about how anti-woke they are or whatever. Yeah, wearing that skirt is pretty attractive.
This social MMO has added and economy.
I mean, that is
You
a
also
skirt.
have
I'm
the
sorry.
ability
Why
to
is your
use some
character wearing a
blessings. This
skirt?
will allow you
I don't
to
care what
fast
era
travel
it
back to
is.
one single point
That
every
man is
hour
wearing a
for free.
skirt.
There's also some crafting buffs.
God damn it.
And you have grace,
Man
which you gain
skirts.
daily, but you can use.
That's
gold to
quite the
buy.
man skirt.
Crafted
Oh,
myself
no.
a hammer. What this hammer allows you
This
to
looks
do
so
is
crappy.
build your house.
It looks like it was built on the same engine that they made Bellwright out of, and Bellwright fucking sucks, kind of. I mean, Bellwright's got some really solid automation concepts, but the combat was worse than... Oof, I don't know. Yeah, that combat's not too good.
You got to put a plot of land down, and these orange areas are areas which are already taken up by other players. And that's not to say that all these plots are still active. Some are relics from day one when people joined, put their land down, and then never returned. So my first job was to try and find a suitable plot for me to build my homestead on. I was off to a good start. Now, death is a curious thing in this game because when you die, you will respawn at the closest stone and you will lose all your gear. With that, you have 5 minutes to go back and collect your shit. Yeah, it's not hardcore, but it's close enough to it that it's annoying. Especially if you die in an area which is full of boars, bears, wolves, people, you know, just anything and everything really. So I retrieved all my items, which wasn't.
Why?
much.
The game's
Then I headed
not
towards the
good.
waterfront
Why would you put
because I
extraction?
figured if I was gonna have
Why
a
would?
house, I'd have it in a nice
Why would
spot.
you put extraction rules on a game that's not good, that doesn't have good PvP? That doesn't really make sense. You guys are so bad at what you do.
Area. I also crafted a spear, which let me get my first confirmed kill, a wild boar. And what you are witnessing now is peak combat. This is as good as it gets. And next time, I might even use a clip that actually shows the combat. But this moment was important. Not only was it one of several kills against the boar population, it was also the moment I realized that I'd found the perfect plot of land for my new homestead. So my hammer in hand, I got to work claiming the plot of land before some other washed up YouTuber comes along and takes it from me. Also, like and subscribe to my washed up channel. Now this is the perfect segue into explaining why there's 3 tiers of access for this game. As you can see, I have claimed 1 plot of land. Now, you get 1 plot of land if you buy the basic bitch version of the game. If you buy the 1-up game, you get 2 plots of land. And if you spend all your money on it, $100 on this washed up dead game, you get 4 plots of land. Fun fact,
They all do
I was
this.
actually invited to play this game in early access, and because I achieved some sort of goal, they actually gave me the fully fledged $100 version of the game, which I haven't played until this very moment. I'm sure they don't regret that decision one bit. I'm confident a lot of you have played a survival game before. I don't need to explain, but the first thing you need to do is gather basic resources. You gather some trees, you gather some rocks, eventually you build up your skills and build bigger and better things. But the crafting in this game is so fucking bland. They made it so it's RNG as to whether you successfully craft the item that you want, which means it can take a really long time and waste a lot of resources just trying to do basic stuff. It gets so much worse later on in the game, but there is the caveat that the more skilled you are, the more likely you are to craft the item. So after a while you'll master the class and there won't be any RNG element. But just wait till later. I don't want to be negative about the game completely, so look at these god rays. Pretty decent. I like this. Even though my character looks like a medieval peasant who got kicked by a horse. The next hour consisted of more chopping of trees, and then a little bit of exploring, and introducing myself to the neighbours. That's what you're doing this one, guys. Like, how's this thing? I feel like this guy. Oh, alright. Let's do it back. Let's do it back. I mean, someone trying to have this. So, we are 50 minutes in pack today. We've seen 0 other players. My house is quite literally over here. Okay, my house is quite literally like over there, right? So, don't throw away this house. I guarantee you, in 99 hours' time, I will never see my neighbor who lives here. I guarantee, I bet you now. And if I do, I will get him to cameo in the video somehow. But I will tell you now, whoever built this, I've never seen him. Ever.
Nope.
Ever. He is gone. Back at the base camp, I started to make all the different crafting tables that I was need. And I kind of fell into this routine of making sure I kept everything I found. I just felt like everything should have a use. I don't want to like just trash items. I kill the boar, I'll take everything from the drop, which would come in useful later on down the line. This did, however, mean that storage started to stack up, and this would become a problem much later on down the line. For now, I was managing, I was making stuff, it seemed to be going well. I even crafted a shield to go with my pointy stick. Very good. My new weaponry, it gave me more confidence when exploring, and allowed me to take on more than one enemy at once. Funny enough though, you'd level up in pretty much anything and everything in this game. I've leveled up my hands a bit. What this meant was, I haven't a fucking clue, because you have weapons you level up in, you don't get any extra skills, no insight into what level up these things actually do. It just seems like repeat. Whereas when you level up in any sort of crafting, you unlock the next tier of item, make it easier for yourself to craft. Slowly, I can Google the answer. One thing that really does annoy me about this game is that you can't sit down to rest and get your health back. You want to recover your health and take food, which has to reach your progress, and spell, potions, right now, and others. So I started cooking all the tasty balls I just killed, which in turn gave me a health stamina bar. The trick in this game is to make sure that you're constantly eating and drinking spent the next couple of hours just scouring materials and slowly getting used to this house. Some of the houses around me were impressive. I felt like I was in quite a good spot. It has to be said though, a lot of the houses seemed like they were halfway through construction. Whether this was halfway to being completed or halfway to being abandoned, I'd have to wait a little bit longer to find out. As for the progress on construction of my own homestead, well, I don't mean to brag, but I'd built a concrete floor with a whole 2 chests stacked on top of each other. I feel like those single men who ask like people to rate their setup, it's literally just like a TV, a chair. That is me. That's how I was living right now. In terms of progress, I discovered copper and tin, which meant I was starting to get into metalwork. I was joining the Bronze Age. And just like the process of collecting wood, it's very boring and monotonous, just like my voice. Truth be told, I felt like after 5 hours, I'd achieved nothing, I'd met no one, and I didn't really have anything to show for my effort. Roll on the next 95 hours. So how far did I get after 10 hours, you might be wondering? Well, I made a cape. This added an extra +2 to my character's overall fun and whimsicalness. I also built a chair, some pillars, and some furnaces, and I smelted all the tin and copper I had collected. Some of you eagle-eyed viewers would notice I have 2 furnaces and not just 1. And you might be wondering, why? Well, the reason is simple. When it comes to smelting metals, you're time-gated.
So dumb, it's brilliant. No! It's just dumb.
It's the same with making leather and twine, and it's the same with making
so
charcoal.
damn, it's brilliant.
That's right, it has all the crafting complexity of a mobile gacha game. Another fun system is how you unlock new recipes for crafting. I said earlier, you just simply level up in crafting and it will unlock new stuff, but what I didn't mention was that to level up, it usually means crafting the same item over and over and over, which, as you can imagine, would require more and more and more of the same material, and was sometimes time-gated where I'd have to wait an hour to actually get the material I needed. That, in a nutshell, is the game loop for the next 90 hours. Obviously, there's slightly more to that because there wouldn't be a video otherwise, but yeah, it's fucking tedious. I did do a bit more work to my house and hope that would cheer me up.
I bet RuneScape Wilds
At
is
least
the
it
exact
did start
same
to
way.
resemble a house. I originally started with one plot of land, but as time went by, I started to realise that I needed more space to fit all the crafting tables. You can get by with one plot, but it just wouldn't look that nice. It's almost like it's designed to make you want to buy an extra plot and spend more money. So yes, you can now call me 2-plot Andy. I will, however, try to hold on to my last 2 plots so I can do something spectacular with it. I no longer look like a unapproachable Hungarian peasant. Instead, I look like a very approachable Hungarian farmer. This might come in useful if there's ever a need to be social in this game, but 10 hours in, I haven't even seen another player. 15 hours in, I was very much into the Iron Age. I could craft iron weapons, iron armor, and an iron pickaxe, although I couldn't craft an iron wood chopping axe, which we'll get to a bit later. To jazz up the video a bit, I've created a new segment which I'm going to call Stats Check. So let's check those stats. Yes, very good stats. Yes, very good stats. Shout out blacksmithing, level 12. Mining, level 17. Weaponsmithing, level 9. Woodcutting, level 19. And that's it from me for Stats Check. Let's go back to the studio. With my newfound ability to craft iron, I was able to upgrade my outfit and now look like a slightly lower level knight as opposed to a peasant farmer. So I was going up in the world, visually at least. I had a basic routine of going around and collecting the same rocks every so often and then doing a little bit of housing. But I did every now and then venture further out just to see if I could find anyone to talk to. Unfortunately, these expeditions
Ooh, I can
weren't
get
always
2 silver
successful,
ingots from
but
this.
sometimes you'd notice buildings moving or changing or just new ones popping up. In this case, a whole block of blocks, in fact, just disappeared.
I don't
For
think this is
instance,
good
if we
money.
freeze the frame now, you'll notice that there's not a massive column of stone, which there was at the 5-hour mark. Did they delete the blocks themselves? Did they move house? Did they delete their character? It's just very random. It was very hard to explain where all the blocks went. As I said before, I had developed a route that I was doing, where I'd go around and pick up certain materials, mainly the iron nodes, and in fact, I drew this heat map to show you how far I wandered out to get the resources that I need. Here's the local map with my face representing my house, and here's how far I had to wander from my house to get materials. It's safe to say it wasn't overly stimulating. I didn't have to wander that far, there was no need to wander too far away, and the only enemies I encountered were wild boars. There were some humanoids I could fight further up, but they were slightly higher level than me, and it didn't seem worth it at the time. And further outfield were just some wild beasts which were level 25 plus, which I just couldn't cope with. So I had to stay in my lane and just farm locally around my house until I got more powerful. Some would argue this might be easier if I had people to play with, but there were no other players around. And believe me, I kept checking, there was no one. Such a lonely day, and it's mine. The most loneliest day of my life. Such a lonely day, should be bad. It's a day that I can stand. Loneliest day of my life. The most loneliest day of my life.
System of a Peasant cover.
Such a lonely day shouldn't exist. It's a day that I'll never miss.
God, your voice is so annoying.
Lonely day, and it's mine.
I have some friends who've had voices like this.
Most loneliest day of my life. And if you go, I wanna go with you. And if you die,
Stop. It went on way too long. Way too long.
After 20 hours, I did find somewhat of a significant discovery. A new building had popped up nearby.
The guitar was good though, I must admit.
Can only mean one thing. I had found another player. Now that I'd finally met another player on this godforsaken server, I needed to keep them on this server. So I did the only thing I could think of
Kill them.
to make friends.
No.
You want free stuff? They said yes, so I took them back to my house where I had a stash of stuff they could have for completely free. It's actually quite annoying because I feel like if this game had VoIP, this whole interaction would have been easier. Don't get me wrong.
This game doesn't have VoIP. What's the fucking point? I thought the entire thing was about VoIP. This game doesn't have voice. Never mind. We're getting. I mean, I guess his video is more entertaining than the entire game is. That's fucking sad. Wow. I thought the entire thing was a VoIP experiment. Oh my god, you're so fucking dumb. Developers are so goddamn dumb. They're so dumb. How are you gonna do that game without voice? That's like, I mean, at that point, you might as well be playing Minecraft or something. It's dumb.
Text chat is perfectly fine, but VoIP just gives you that bit more of a personal touch.
Yeah.
I had some excess goods from where I was crafting a lot of items just to level up, so I was more than happy to send them to a good home. Otherwise, I was just dumping them on the ground and letting them expire. It seems like such a wasteful process. I don't understand why there's not an option to salvage items after you make them and get like some materials back. I let them know that I fill the box up regularly with random stuff that I'm crafting, and we said our goodbyes. 30 minutes went by and I was still doing my crafting. Noticed all the brass buckles I made. Clearly, I need this many brass buckles. Anyway, I went to check on my forge when all of a sudden I noticed my friend had come back. But this time, he wasn't alone, he brought a friend. And I just thought to myself, this is why you don't feed stray cats. They'll just bring all their friends, keep coming back, eating all your food. But it was okay, because now I'd seen 2 players in this dead game, and that was twice as many as I'd seen in the last 20 hours. Anyway, I said my goodbyes, because do you know what? I had a lot of crafting to do. I was very focused on getting leveled up. So off I went, back to my forge, and try and level up some more. "25 hours in, I was still crafting. However, on one of my expeditions, I happened to stumble upon the stray cat's house, and it looked a lot better than mine. It definitely made me a bit self-conscious. My house was very much still a work in progress, and I did have a vision for it, but yeah, it did look a bit run down. "30 hours in, I met another human being on the server.
Like, I would rather play Mortal.
I only
honestly
noticed because I checked my map, and for the first time in a long time, I noticed a player name right next to me. So I investigated and found a player who looked like they knew a lot more about PAX Day than I could ever imagine. I didn't hesitate to introduce myself, and I got straight to the questions as to where are all the decent materials that I'm going to need. He explained that there were none nearby, and it was about a 20-30 minute run to where I would need to go.
20 to
get some
30
decent
minutes.
materials. He happily pointed me in the right direction, and I had an idea as to where I needed to go. So I thanked him, and off I went on my epic journey in search for greater resources and riches. It was during this adventure that I had a epiphany. The fact that it was going to be half hour to get there and half hour back meant a whole hour would be spent collecting resources far, far away, and I didn't even know if I had the tools to collect the resources. And given that I'd already played 30 hours, it did mean that I could only really do this trip 70 more times, which sounds like a lot, but you realise how much material is required to actually craft. It probably isn't that much. I did come across some humanoids, and they looked like they were higher level than me, so I was very cautious as to how I approached them. So I decided to pick one off and see if I could kill them, and to my surprise, they actually could. But I did take a lot of resources, time, and effort. However, if I was to take on any more than one
Why did you speed through the combat? I want to see it.
for me, so I was very cautious as to how I approached them. So I decided to pick one off and see if I can kill him, and to my surprise, I actually could. But it did take a lot of resources, time, and effort. However, if I was to take on any more than one at a time, I would surely be dead. I stumbled across some iron ore deposits, which weren't like the iron deposits near my house. These were a lot more pure, which meant you need material to potentially craft with. I wasn't even sure if I was in the right spot, but I marked on the map anyway, because this was indeed a valuable material. I had to be careful though, because there was a bear guarding these materials. I did try to take one on, but it almost killed me, and I was lucky to escape. I did take a short break though to just get a quick look at my surroundings and see if I could find any other civilization nearby. And as pretty as the view was, unfortunately it did confirm what I feared, which was there wasn't really much else out there. Anyway, the sun was setting and I had a lot of material to haul back with me. I had planned to visit Nicholas on my way back and give him some material as a thank you for the direction, but unfortunately I couldn't find him. I also popped by the stray cat house just to see what they had been up to. They had been working well together, however I was still ahead of them when it came to crafting, as I had more tables. I'd gone back several times to the rich resource area, avoiding the bears at all costs, and using my blessings to make sure I hoarded as much as possible. I hadn't seen or heard from the stray cats since my last encounter with them, and they hadn't improved their house at all. I think by this point, I just assumed they'd quit the game. With the pure iron I'd harvested, I was able to make wrought iron, although I hadn't actually had a use for this yet, so I was just stockpiling it whilst I tried to level up my blacksmithing by collecting normal iron and crafting loads and loads of weapons. The issue was, to get any significant amount of XP, you had to start crafting more complicated stuff, which meant more materials, and it was just a very long and tedious process. If it wasn't for making this video, I would have quit by now. I made some slight alterations to the house. It now had this courtyard for doing leather work, because apparently I also need to level up leather working in order to make better weapons. There were some low-level humans north of my base who I started to farm just a little bit to get some cash and random materials, but it didn't really drop anything of significance, and honestly, I was more doing this out of boredom than necessity. You might be wondering why most of the video is muted. Well, it's for good reason. I was basically watching videos on my second monitor while I was playing this, and you can still hear the audio over the top of my game because I'm an idiot. So yeah, but the point is, this game was an AFK game. I didn't even need to give it my full attention, and it was just really boring. And it's because of this boredom, I actually ended up going out and trying to go on adventures, but it was really hard to do. The biggest adventure I had was I found a cave, and it was full of wolves. And that was about it. There wasn't anything of great significance in here. Maybe I walked past the boss or something. There were no loot boxes or anything like that. It was just a cave full of wolves. I'll be honest, the cave just felt like a empty asset. I mean, there was some cool stuff to look at, like some ruins I found. They were literally pointless. Maybe this bit is still in early access. We're now at the halfway mark with only 50 hours left to go. Kill me now. Despite being 50 hours in, there's still a lot of recipes that were missing particular materials that I hadn't discovered, which meant I had to run from biome to biome looking for anything.
I do like this guy because he takes his time. I can't do that.
Was limestone, which on Discovery,
I really respect his ability to do it. I think it's because he used to be like some kind of fentanyl, like alcoholic and stuff. You can hear it in his voice. But I mean, I do respect him because he takes his time to speak what he wants to say. There's nothing he tosses in there for like affect, like I'm doing right now, or anything like that. He just speaks his mind very clearly, like word for word, and it's annoying to me. But I do like his style. It's smooth and it's slow, and that's something I've never been able to do. I respect people when they have the discipline to do it, because I don't have it. Return to Dennis.
Okay. I had also started to get into cooking, which, to be honest, was really dumb. I had a lot of meat, I had a lot of vegetables, and yet my girl was too stupid to know there was a recipe where you can combine meat and vegetables. I just couldn't really contemplate it. I had a stack of onions and a stack of garlic, but my guy was like, what do I do with all this veg? What do I do with all this meat? Will they go together? I don't know. I'm only level 4 chef. I'm so stupid. But at the same time, my guy knows exactly how to make strawberry cider. I also started visiting market stalls because I was missing materials. In particular, I needed to know how to make boiled leather, and for whatever reason, I don't have the recipe. And what I could assume was it would be in leatherworking, which I still needed to level up. That's check. What can I say? Progress is slow. The first couple levels give you a false sense of security as they go pretty quick. As you get gradually higher up, I'd say around about level 8, 9, I saw the shift, where it was just a very long grind. Even though I was level 15 in blacksmithing, because my other levels were too low, I was actually capped at what I could create.
16K.
Here's a crafting table to give you an idea as to how many resources and how much time it takes to go from level 14 to 15. Even if I was to craft 21 forge parts, I need to go out and gather 5,964 ingredients. Once again, I was lucky enough to have a chance meeting with another lonely player. So, in usual fashion, I greeted them and asked if they needed any help. Part of the problem with text chat is that if they're a slow typer, you might just think they're ignoring you. I won't lie, I was a bit impatient, so I waited a minute and started to leave. Luckily though, he replied just in time, and to be honest, this was a very insightful conversation.
Hi, game seemed pretty dead in this area. Glad to see someone else.
We had a little back and forth, and I said I hadn't seen anyone in this area, and I offered to gift them something. They said they'd been playing for a day, and they said don't worry about the gift, because they probably won't be playing for long. And then the chat bugged out, and we couldn't talk anymore. There was no way to communicate with his fellow player. I couldn't see any messages they were sending. I'm pretty sure they couldn't see what I was sending. And then all of a sudden, it started working again, but they were offline. The last message read that it didn't matter at first that the game was dead, but it was due until anyway. It's going to get old pretty fast. I hope they put a request or something in the game after release. I didn't hear or see from them after that. It did make you wonder, how long out is full release for this title? And would it actually make a difference? Honestly,
BRB.
I don't think it would. I wasn't sure if I was going to include this part in the video, but I feel like it's only fair to be honest and open. But between the 60 and 70 hour mark, I fell asleep. That's right, I fell asleep playing this game. Maybe it was the monotonous tone of crafting the same item over and over again. Maybe it was the world building, the ambience, the songbirds, and the wind quietly rustling through the leaves. Or maybe I was just bored shitless. Either way, at some point, I fell asleep, got kicked to the main menu, and then, yeah, wasted 8 hours of playing time.
Why did you do this for 100 hours? What's the point? It would have to be
I
fun.
finally discovered magic. During my adventures when killing all the humans, at some point, one of them dropped a recipe for a jerkin which came with a spell. I remember thinking at the time, this is great, this should change the way combat worked. However, I can't use it in combat, and it has a 1 minute 30 cooldown. What the spell meant is that I wouldn't have to wait around as long to recover when farming animals or humans. Instead, I could wait a minute, spam my new spell, and then jump straight back into the action. These bandit camps are designed to have multiple people attack them at once, but instead I was now able to solo them. I cleared several, and in the end, I had nothing to show for my effort. I generally thought that I'd drop more recipes and I'd get more spells, but this just didn't happen. The more combat I did, the more it just felt really janky and just like it hadn't been fleshed out properly yet. Despite the boast from the devs that combat had been updated. So I won't lie, I did die every now and then, and honestly, it was just very demotivating. But the only way to improve was to get better gear, which meant back to crafting, I guess. I was at the point where I wanted to get into endgame, so I was out adventuring, just trying to find stuff. The issue was, a lot of the enemies are still too low level to take on. I had already seen a level 90 Wisp on my travels, and had to avoid some very high level bears. I did manage to change zones, or district. It was just more of the same of what I had already seen. The same biomes, the same housing, and the same player population. Although admittedly, I did see more people this side, they were just all AFK. I did take on some higher up beasts. I killed a direwolf, a bear, some humans. It was all slow progress and for little returns. The fact is, crafting dominates this game, and the crafting system is awful. You can't even AFK level it, because a lot of the time, items have a max stack, the weapons and armors don't stack at all, which means you need to keep checking back on your activity, emptying your bag. I couldn't find PvP. I remember hearing about it in the alpha, but it wasn't marked on the map. I went looking in the Badlands and other places, didn't find anything. But let's be real, who's even there to PvP? So for the last 10 hours, I did the only endgame thing I could think of. Finish my crack house. I also saw an opportunity to use my plot of land wisely. Someone had started to build another bridge across the river. And I thought to myself, that looks really ugly and I don't like it. So I took part in PvP. By that I mean I bought a plot of land directly at the opposite end so that they couldn't complete their bridge. Which left me with my next great idea, which was to construct something, leave behind as a memory that I was once on this server. Last time I played, I constructed a giant dip tower, and this time I had a similar ambition, except for this time, it'll be more obvious as to what it was. So ladies and gentlemen, I give you my contribution to PAX Day after a whole 100 hours. A billboard that says dead game. Okay, it's kind of hard to make out, but it looks better at night. It might not be the tallest, it might not be the clearest, but it is certainly in the game and it is there for everyone to see. Now, you're probably wondering, what does the crack house look like? To be honest, from the start, I had a vision, and that vision was to recreate Isengard, a big tower in the middle of the forest, just being all mighty and powerful. But unfortunately, there is a build limit, so you can't go that high up. So I just have a crack wizard tower instead. Either way, you'll be happy to know I hit 100 hours, and I have a few pros and cons I'd like to go through. So join me on a tour of my crack house whilst we go through the pros and cons of PAX Day after 100 hours. So I made it to 100 hours. It was certainly a grind, and it was certainly one I didn't enjoy that much. Nonetheless, let's start with the positives. When it comes to the actual look and aesthetics of the game, it is 10 out of 10. I have to say, it is one of the best UE5 looking games I've seen. There is some great use of lighting and assets, and honestly, I can't knock it, I can't fault it. I like the looks of this game. I think the builder is really good in this game. You can see lots of people enjoy using it. They've created some really awesome and creative looking buildings. It is obviously limited by the crafting because of how much you have to do to actually build something decent, but you can see people have enjoyed putting time and effort into creating in the sandbox. And I think they've got the ambience just right. It does feel like a medieval sandbox. And there is a bit of wizardry in there with the spells, but I think generally, with all like the sound and looks and everything, they've captured it really well. But unfortunately, there are more negatives than positives. There's no getting around it. The combat is just awful. It is too one-dimensional. It doesn't feel reactive in any sense whatsoever. And yes, there are skills, but they're just so lackluster. I was level 28 in Battle Axe, and what that meant for me was I still had the exact same skill that I had from the very start. It just feels mechanically there's no structure to the combat. It was an afterthought after they did all the building and crafting stuff. But I generally think they improved the combat, made it more in line with a action combat MMO, something similar to New World, then it would actually draw in a lot of players. But as it stands, the combat is just so weak. Who wants to stand there just left clicking constantly and occasionally blocking? It does nothing for the gameplay. And the crafting system is so bad. It is just, once again, it feels like a placeholder which hasn't been fully fleshed out. They just stuck with it anyway. No one has ever sat there and said, do you know what? I really like this crafting system. It's so much fun. Me sat there making 100 swords, which I have to dump out my inventory anyway and I can't recycle, does not make a good crafting system. If you want to make it interesting, look at games like Valheim and how they do it. You have to go kill a boss to unlock the next stage in crafting. Maybe something similar could be done for PAX Day. Or as I said earlier, have one big item that you need to craft in order to level up to the next recipe level. But make it an interesting thing that you have to craft. You have to go collect resources for. I think the character development is really bland and boring. In a game like this, why not have it so that you can put points into like swimming or running or, you know, your carry capacity. I don't feel attached to my player in any sense whatsoever because I haven't put any real time into him other than crafting recipes which I could buy of other players or have other people make me stuff. And this goes as far back as the actual character creator. It's so bland and boring. Why should I put 100 hours into a game I do not feel involved in? And as for the spells, they should be character locked, not locked by gear. I think that's just such a stupid idea. And for a social MMO, it is so anti-social. I did play on the RP server briefly, and that was slightly better. But honestly, I don't know how you can call yourself a social MMO without the basic stuff like VoIP or even a player hub. Imagine if there's a central city which is a neutral zone and maybe you can pick up quests from. At least then players will have a chance to interact with each other. Or something as easy as timed events, where people have to work together to take down like a big dragon or something. As much as it is a sandbox MMO, it shouldn't be on the players to create all the fun. And lastly, it needs balance. We learnt this from New World. You can't have a world where you just run around everywhere. It's not realistic for one, it breaks immersion, and it just makes everything a long drag for no apparent reason. There's no open world PvP, so what does it matter if you have mounts and run past each other? There's a lot of other stuff I could nitpick, but I think those are the core points that need addressing. And the thing is, the development of this has been so slow. It got rushed into early access, and as the guy said earlier, they're waiting for full release, but when is that even going to be? No player is going to want to stick around and play this game when the whole world just feels very abandoned and dead. Even on weekends, this game has no population. 388 players in the last hour across all those different servers on a big vast open world, and guess what? You're not going to see any of them. Even on day one of release, it didn't have the highest population, and now it's lost about 90% of that. But as promised, I said I'd leave a positive review, and here it is. I had the best night's sleep in a long time playing this game. The lack of players and relaxing ambience really means I can feel like I'm camping in the woods on a warm summer's night with no one to disturb me. 10 out of 10, would recommend if you struggle with sleep. Well, that's it from me in my 100-hour review of PAX Day. By all means, let me know in the comment section below what you think, and maybe suggest another title I should go and play for 100 hours. And please, for the love of God, like this video. It took me over 100 hours to make. And if you do want to support the channel, by all means, feel free to become a YouTube member or a Patreon member.
Thank you, Sawman UK, of like
the
sub to your channel.
Anyway, catch you in the next one. Bye.
Connecting. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
That's so cool. I like that. That's fucking sweet.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station.
It actually looked pretty good, actually, that murder. See, this game has good, like, content in terms of its, like, combat. I think that was actually kind of funny how that ended. The anti-grav is kind of, like anticlimactic, because he just, like, actually was, like, the most realistic shooter death I think I've seen in a long time, actually.
Docking permission requested.
The power is fun. I'm gonna res every room with that power. I don't think they understand how powerful this power is. You can just kill every room or whatever, pretty much. It's so dumb. Or they do, they don't care.
Docking request accepted.
They should care, though. It's a little overpowered.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
I wonder how high you can go in terms of level.
What's that? For a genre that has been around for almost 30 years now, it's kind of surprising that there aren't more MMOs based around swashbuckling pirates and digging up treasure, which is why I have assigned myself the task of trying out each and every single pirate-themed MMO.
What the hell is even that?
Even the unpopular ones, and especially the ones that no one have ever heard of.
Right, yeah, of course.
And you might be wondering, why am I doing this? Well, it's simple. Because that's what we do here on this channel. Play dead and irrelevant games while making video essays about them, which get fuck all views. Like and subscribe. And with that, let's kick it off with our first MMO, Pirates of the Burning Sea. Despite not being well known, Pirates of the Burning Sea has been around since the early days of MMOs, and was in beta for 2 years before it's officially released in 2008. Its unique selling point is that it's an open world, economy driven MMO. There's a global auction house so you can see what's being sold across the map. However, if you want to buy that item, you have to go there in person to collect it. More like Pirates of the UPS, am I right? I promise the jokes will get better.
No,
anyway, it's free to play and can be downloaded
No, they
directly from the
won't.
website, and here's how I got on. Wow, there's a whole 3 servers. So after logging on for the first time, I was prompted to create a new character. There were 4 factions to choose from, each with their own unique classes. The factions consisted of the French, the British,
I just woke up in a fucking steaming mood, yeah? 'Cause I live in a shithole!
the Spanish, and of course, the pirates.
Look at me, sure. Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now.
So naturally, I was left with no choice but British. After carefully crafting my character, I was ready to serve my king and country.
Oh, good heavens, how utterly cringe-worthy.
Kinda makes you proud, doesn't it? For the next couple of hours, the game is basically a tutorial teaching you how to fight, how to sail a ship, and then how to fight with that ship. And if you really, really want to, you can combine the ship combat, the ground combat, to give you ordinary ship combat. I know, there's a lot to take in, but bear with me. Once you complete the first couple of main quests, you are then free to leave the island on your boat. And that's where the game really, truly starts to open up. You have a huge map to go explore, a couple of different settlements you can go to. I say a couple, I mean, look at all of them. And you can even opt in for open world PvP, or just casually cruise through the PvP zone.
I'm in danger!
Well, let's stop gallivanting around the question and just jump straight to it. Is it any fun? And the simple answer is
no.
No. I know that sounds a bit harsh, but
Why do people do this? Why do they make
The
stuff that
combat,
isn't
although
fun?
It does bring something new to the table. It does get pretty old and repetitive quite quickly. Tap target, target shift, and these buttons on your action bar should be a cool thing, right? But unfortunately, when it comes to fighting enemies, there's just not that much variety. There's a cooldown on your cannons, and the AI just isn't that smart. Maybe it's just boat combat in general just isn't that fun or exciting, but going around in a circle shooting each other till one eventually dies just doesn't really cut it. I really like the ship customization. I think they've got a really good concept here. I like the idea of buying a bigger ship or just upgrading what I currently have. And even the fact that when you die at sea, everything you have will be lost. I actually like that idea. I like the risk versus reward element. But nothing takes away from the fact that the combat is just so boring. Yes, boarding the enemy ship is definitely a lot more exciting, and it should be something that should happen more often, but unfortunately it just doesn't. The quests weren't awful, there's definitely a story to be had here, it's just they were a bit convoluted trying to figure out where to go and what to do. And the emphasis on the economy being run by the players, I'm not against that, it's a great idea if your game is thriving. But as a new player looking at the auction house, there's just nothing I can buy, and I understand why, because they don't get a lot of new players. Anyone still playing this game is very much endgame. I'm sure this could be one of those titles where if you play 100 hours, it is good, but if I have to drag myself for 100 hours, I'm sure I'll end up playing something else. As for the community, I ran into 2 players, spoke to them, they stood still and ignored me. I think I was AFK to be fair. The global challenge was popping off, and yeah, it was just a very, very lonely game. I did join the Discord, I could see there was activity. I do believe there is a community there, but it's probably very much a endgame community. On certain days, you'll probably miss them completely. In conclusion, I don't think it's a bad game, I just think it lacks a population, and to be honest, if that new player experience was a lot better, then they would have a bigger player base to work with. Just an idea, maybe double XP for new players, it could go a long way. But also, who's ever seen this game advertised? I know I haven't. But anyway, let's move on to the next title.
Bounty Bay Online. The first massive multiplayer online game which takes place in the time of sailors and voyagers.
Bullshit.
Actually, it was Pirates of the Caribbean Online, and this is true because Wikipedia told me so. But it's okay, I will not hold this against my review of this game. Maybe. You can download and play for free from the official Bounty Bay Online website, although be warned, the actual install file is so old, your computer will think it's a virus. Once you have installed this ever so questionable looking game, you'll also be prompted to create an account, which be warned is kind of shady the way they do this because they'll ask you to select the game and then prompt you to put in some payment method. Even though the game's free, you can just cancel off this and play normally. I repeat, you do not need to pay for this game. Once loaded, I was prompted to choose a server. There was an option between some German ones and an English one. I obviously chose English and then logged in. What was then presented was the least obvious starting screen you've ever seen, but out the corner of my eye, I did notice the create button. Up next, I had to select the character. No, not create one, select one. Why the fuck are they standing like that? In a rare turn of events, I opted to be a woman, and in doing so, I lost my head, along with the other characters. Like, why are their heads vanished? Also, I know I'm nitpicking here, but when it asks you to enter the character name, it doesn't type over the text. Oh no, it keeps it in there. So it's character name Bobby. Is that my full name? Or is that going to disappear? I know it's very bitty, but it still lives rent-free in my head today. Along with this load screen, which clearly does not depict the game I'm about to play. After the load screen, it just sits on a map with, I think, the whole story being told in a little box in the top right. I know dogs are colourblind, but the yellow on yellow just made me not notice this, so I clicked the map, which was enough to skip the whole intro apparently. I then chose a profession without reading the big wall of text. And there we go, we were now playing Bounty Bay Online. Now to pick up my first quest. I'm not one to get upset easily, but I was quite distressed by your profession being split on the Y, so it's on 2 different lines. Like, how lazy was that at the very first quest, and you can't be bothered to get the formatting right? And secondly, why does it ask me to look at my professions again when I just chose my profession? Please first choose your profession. I just picked my professions. You just asked me to do it. Literally 5 seconds ago.
My rage as long as possible, but I shall unleash my fury upon you like the crashing of 1,000 waves! Begone, vile man! Begone from me!
So yeah, not off to the best start. I mean, the question seems like it's going to be quite tedious, so I decided to go and explore a bit more. I found some crabs on the beach, so naturally I started kicking the shit out of them. I blame Skyrim desensitizing me to mud crabs over all these years. I won't lie, this went on for a bit. Why, you might be asking? I'm not too sure. Maybe I fell asleep at the keyboard, who knows. However, during this exchange of fists, I did level up, and the timer on the treasure chest was about to hit 0. Yes, the dopamine hit I severely craved. You might be wondering why it's zooming in so stuttery. I assure you, it wasn't me. And then it started to jump about a bit and seemed even more stuttery. Anyway, I was done kicking the shit out of crabs, so I decided to hand him on my quest I had. What's that, like 6 levels in the space of 30 seconds? What's going on? More broken sentences. Some more broken sentences, and another level up. You won't believe how janky the controls are either. Imagine RuneScape, but not responsive and really clunky. I went on to do some more exploring, but all I could see was my game stuttering still, for some strange reason. Please sign up to my Patreon or YouTube membership so I can afford to get better tech PC, because apparently it's not powerful enough to run Bounty Bay online. In all honesty, if there's one thing I don't expect from a game of this age, it's bad performance, especially given the standards of PCs these days. New rule going forward, if the game's too janky to run, then I'm just not going to bother reviewing it. 0 out of 10. Do not play this game. Next is Uncharted Online, which released in 2005. The game features over 100 different stages and an open world based on real Earth geography. And best of all, it's free on Steam, so naturally I downloaded it and got stuck right in. Yes, another game, another creative character. Time to make another stain upon the world. Once again, we are forced to declare our nationality. Seeing as how much I love Dutch culture.
What's all that? What should people not do? Go to their Frank house. Yeah. Well, it's just a house. It's just a house. And she's not there, you know.
I went to the Netherlands, where I was confronted with one of the worst police lineups I've ever seen. You can instantly tell this is a Japanese game, but otherwise the character creator was pretty standard. Anyway, after much deliberation as to how fat I wanted to be, how bald I wanted to be, and generally how much of a neckbeard I want to look like, I give you my character plot. And with my character finally created, it was time to jump on in and see what this game has to offer. The first port of call, I had to do some little quest in order to get my boat. So, off I went on my first little adventure. Today I was dead bang in the city of Amsterdam. I have to say, there's a lot less hookers than I thought there would be. I went exploring for a bit to see if there's anything of interest. On my travels, I saw a small child. Yeah. Not at all creepy, absolutely fine. I then found my future ex-wife, and in true neckbeard fashion, I got a selfie of her without asking. I then saw a K-pop tribute band, and eventually I found the guy I need to speak to in order to get a boat. And oh my, what a vessel she was. Before setting sail, I had to load up some supplies. It wouldn't be till much later that I'd realised my mistake in only stocking 2 cannonballs. But anyway, off we went to set sail and see what we could see. Now I won't lie, the mouse controls were a bit janky. Having to constantly reel the mouse to left to right to switch the camera angle was very tedious. But seeing as this game is older than some of my viewers, I'll let it slide this time. I got my first taste of naval combat on the practice boat, and I have to say, it wasn't horrible. I had a reticle to show the general direction I was aiming, and typically it was the whole go around in a circle and shoot each other with tap targeting, but it seemed simple enough, and I had won my first bite. So I continued my adventure and went exploring a bit more, and I kept running into these ships which were doing like a conga line, and I couldn't tell if these were players or NPCs. Either way, I was feeling a bit feisty, and this is a pirate game after all, so I picked a fight with a smaller ship. I've not spoken about the graphics too much, but it does give me like a Final Fantasy 7/8 vibe. And even the music has that same sort of tone to it. I spent the next couple of hours just sailing around exploring this game, and it wasn't horrible, it just wasn't my cup of tea. The combat was okay, it wasn't the worst combat I've seen, and they did have a feature where you could board the enemy ship, similar to Pirates of the Burning Sea. But whereas the ship combat feels like more action combat, this is 100% tab targeting in its classic form. There is a lot to explore, there's heaps of different towns that you can go and visit, and there's also crafting and ship customization and all that fun stuff that you should expect out of a pirate MMO RPG. And it just felt very dated, not even in a classic MMO way, more like it's a very dated console game. I did manage to find some other players, but it wasn't clear if they were AFK farming, or just simply bots. Either way, there wasn't much interaction, the global chat wasn't really speaking whatsoever, so it felt quite a lonely experience. But how would I rate it as a pirate game? I guess it's alright. For a Wii 2 Metal Sorry, not sorry.
Please.
Potentially the greatest.
Why is it that when you're shooting me, I suddenly lose controls?
Also, it would seem, despite
Please
people
fire.
having fond memories of this title, Pirates of the Caribbean Online did sadly close down. But luckily, some superfans decided to keep the game open, and I give you The Legends of Pirates Online. Does anyone see the irony in piracy being used to bring a game back to life about pirates? Just me. Pirates of the Caribbean Online lasted roughly 6 years before it was closed down, and then 2 years later the private server popped up, which is what I'll be playing on today. So without any further delay, let's see what makes this game so legendary. Oh, finally, you're awake. And that is by
Please use the power! Please use the power! Please use the power! Please use the power! Please use it! Please use the power! Please use the power! Why won't you do it? You're so piece of shit bad, developer.
Although sadly I found out the word attempting actually crashed up the penalty.
I don't know if I've saved in a long time because of this goddamn fucking labyrinth. I don't think I've saved in a long time.
My nana fell down the stairs harder than that.
Please, please, like, please. Please, please, please. Why won't you use the power? Why won't you use it? I'm hammering the button. Jesus Christ, you suck dick, you piece of shit developer. I don't think I can do... I really like toggle aim, but I don't think I'm gonna do it because you don't code it correctly, you fucking worthless piece of shit developer. The fuck's your fucking problem? Toggle iron sights. It's nice. I mean, I like it, but I mean, no. You got it stuck on. I told you to take it off. You don't even seem competent enough to turn it off, you fucking piece of shit. Toggle iron sights. It's off, but you're doing it. You're doing it still. You're still doing it though. You're still doing it though. There we go. Oh. Oh, thank God. Can't handle the fucking siren any longer. No, wait, we're back into some fucking weird circle. Oh, God, where is he? Where is he? I don't see him. Save. Fuck are you? Is he up? Somewhere up? Somewhere? You keep having me go in circles. It's so annoying. It's gotta be the worst Bethesda dungeon I've ever been in. You fucking stupid piece of shit cocksucker developers. I hate you so much. Why do you do this stupid ass shit? It's a great dungeon, but like, you have the goddamn fucking Wolfenstein fucking piece of shit. All fucking for 45 minutes, 5 hours, it doesn't matter. Why do you run these fucking... Why do you run these fucking, like, these terrible alarms, you worthless piece of shit developer? It's been 45 years since that shit was cool. Don't do shit from 1996, you fucking cocksucker. Fuck you. Stupid piece of shit developer and your fucking cocksucker. Fucking alarms. Fuck you, assholes. Fuck you. Piece of shit. It's like goddamn fucking Chinese water torture. You worthless piece of shit fucking waterboard torture. Fucking alarms for 5 hours. Piece of shit worthless cocksucker developers ruining the fucking industry with your fucking worthless tropes like alarms going off for 5 hours. You fucking piece of shit cocksucker developers. I hate you so much. I wanna fucking bind you up with a bunch of duct tape, suss you up, bind you there for 3 fucking days, and play this particular alarm for 3 solid days straight, and see how you fucking like it, you worthless piece of shit, goddamn torture fucking monster cocksucker developer. I fucking hate you for doing shit like this so much. I would physically fucking hurt you. I can't stand the fucking alarms. I can't stand what they do to my fucking brain. You stupid piece of shit cocksucker developer. I can't stand you at all. Ugh, you and your fucking cocksucker alarms. Since I was a kid, you've been doing this stupid-ass brain-dead bullshit in this fucking terrible fucking labyrinth. Let me out of here. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh my god. Turn off the alarms when I'm in a menu, you stupid, worthless piece of shit cocksucker developer. Fuck you. Turn the fucking alarm off when I'm not in the fucking screen, you worthless cocksucker. You fucking assholes and your fucking alarms. I hate you so much. You've been doing this all of my goddamn life. Every gamer I've ever met, we all sit here and bitch about your fucking alarms that you set off for 5 fucking hours straight. Girls don't like it. Nobody likes it, you fucking worthless piece of shit developers. Nobody likes it when you do this stupid. Nobody likes hearing an alarm go off for 5 fucking hours, you worthless piece of shit developer. The fuck's wrong with you? Get a fucking clue, you fucking assholes. Fucking assholes. Fucking assholes and your fucking... It's just your goddamn... what the word is? It's inconsiderate. You're fucking inconsiderate, you worthless piece of shit assholes. You're so inconsiderate, I would physically fucking hurt you if I could. Please? Nope. Nope. I don't know. Is this it? I don't know. Can you steer me? I don't know. Please let me out of this terrible torture chamber. Please. Please let me out of here. Please. You keep having me go in a circle because you suck dick at design. You worthless piece of shit developer. You keep having me go up this stair and then it comes and it does this whole circle. I'm leaving this place. I'm leaving this place. I couldn't feasibly be here anymore. You fucking worthless cocksucker developer. Can't stand you, Bethesda. Can't stand you, Todd. I would physically fucking hurt you in real life if I could. I would fucking bind you up, tie you up, leave you in the middle of fucking some road, and I would threaten anybody who ever even tried to come and help you. I would fucking, and I'd bind you down to a fucking road, like tie you down to it, and fucking string you up with some nice noise canceling headphones, and play that goddamn alarm in your fucking head for 3 solid days straight, and torture you like you've done, like you piece of shit developers have tortured me all of my life with your goddamn fucking idiot effatry alarms that go beep. Pew, 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 all of my goddamn life since I was 12 years old. I physically want to hurt you over it, you fucking piece of shit developers. I hate you so much. I hate the things that you do, the choices that you make in your modern games with your piece of shit Wolfenstein alarms from 27 years ago, you fucking cocksucker, worthless developers. Fuck you. Fucking alarms. Fucking piece of shit developers. No wonder Starfield's fucking tanked just because of piece of shit decisions like this. You add this stuff on top of all the other problems and they just leave the game. You worthless piece of shit developers. I can't stand you. Fucking cocksuckers. You wasted hours of my life here. You fucking worthless cocksucker. Fucking worthless cocksucker, Todd Howard. Fuck you. You hear the repetitive noise that you piece of shit developers do to us all of our lives? Do you hear it? Are you deaf? Are you this goddamn dumb, you worthless piece of shit software developer? Fuck you! You are this goddamn dumb. Gotta turn the sound off now. Your sound torture for 45 fucking years. You deserve to be strapped up in a goddamn chair like fucking, like Stanley Kubrick's Clockwork Orange with the fucking, like your eyes shut and your mouth closed and you forced to listen to these fucking alarms that you play in our fucking games. For years you've done this. 37 years or something like that. You need to be fucking, like, forced to listen to the alarm like we were. It would only be proper. I need to capture Todd fucking Howard, string him up in a fucking chair in a movie theater somewhere like goddamn Stanley Kubrick, and fucking like and force his fucking ears open so he can listen to the goddamn alarm like we have to. It's only right we do to him what he did to us. Fucking worthless piece of shit cocksucker developer. It's only right. It's only fair. You deserve the sound torture. Jesus Christ, I spent 30 years of it or something, you fucking assholes. You're so fucking bad at sound design. Suck my fucking dick, Todd Howard. Fuck you. And no, I'm not. This isn't some fucking act. This is the actual rage over the fucking 45 minutes of fucking alarm that you just put me through. Like it was Wolfenstein fucking enemy territory or something from 1996, you fucking worthless piece of shit software developer. Stop dredging up bullshit that I couldn't stand from 34 fucking years ago, you fucking piece of shit developers. Fuck you. Stop doing it. I'll let it go. Sorry, gotta let it go. I mean, you deal with the torture all of your goddamn life and see what it does to your fucking head. Piece of shit developers. Goddamn cocksuckers. Since I was a child, my parents have been fucking screaming at me about your goddamn fucking alarms that you set off in your fucking games that run for 5 or 6 hours straight. You goddamn asshole developers. I can't stand you. You're so goddamn inconsiderate. You gotta be the rudest pieces of human shit to ever have been born. Your tortious negligence and your fucking sound torture and your fucking stealing money from kids. I can't stand you. I hope you're prosecuted and lose your life. I mean, I full-blown believe that. I really do. I hope you're prosecuted and you lose your life. I full-blown. That's what I want. You torture me like this? No more torture. No more sound torture from a piece of shit developer. No more anymore. You gotta be way more self-aware, you fucking piece of shit showrunner cocksucker publishers. You gotta be way more self-aware about the stupid shit that you do. Piece of shit developers. I'm having a good day, too. That's the weirdest part. I was having a great day. I'm totally fine. But I've been doing a stream for 11 hours, totally fine. Till you strap me down to some kind of alarm for 2 hours and 45 minutes while I'm thinking about torturing you. You worthless piece of shit, just like you just tortured me. You cocksucker developer. Fuck you. Gotta get off it. Sorry. So, I mean, the torture wasn't torture for as long as it is. I mean, the Jesus fucking Christ. Hours of it. Just like goddamn. Low IQ developer alert. Low IQ developer alert. We got a low IQ developer. We got a low IQ developer who makes poor life choices. Low IQ developer alert. For hours. Low IQ developer alert. Goddamn alarms since Wolfenstein. Fucking assholes. Fuck you. You don't play your own game or what? I know you played Wolfenstein for at least an hour, and you know how bad those alarms were. You fucking piece of shit developer clueless assholes. Can't stand you or what you've done to the industry. We can barely play your fucking products. That's the goddamn God's honest truth. You make such terrible ass choices like those alarms. Most of us won't do it anymore. We just won't be. We won't be subjected to your goddamn fucking clueless torture. You fucking assholes. It's like when they cut the dope with fentanyl. It's that sort of jackassery. It's that disgusting. It's fucking stupid. Worthless pieces of shit took over the world and ruined everything, even drugs. Mankind. Software developers, Todd Howard, video game developers, right? Humans who could fuck up a glass of water. Pieces of shit, really. Pieces of shit who could fuck up a glass of water. I swear to God. I mean, consult the alarms and the torture if you don't believe me. Consult the shadow drop and how it's dropped 200,000 viewership. You know, just look at the viewership if you don't believe me. It's very obvious. I just wanted to play this dungeon, but you sound tortured me for 2.5 hours for some fucking reason. The fuck's wrong with you, cocksucker? I would physically hurt you for what you just did to me. In the streets, I full-blown, I would hurt you. If you try to sound torture me in the fucking streets like you just did. Like, yeah, I'd subject myself to it, but I bought the product. You poisoned the product with it. You guys gotta be a lot more self-aware about how fucking bad you are with this stupid-ass shit. You fucking worthless-ass junk thieves. Junk artist thieves. You gotta get these fucking terrible fucking alarms the fuck out of your games. Get the frame rate fixed. Stop fucking releasing unoptimized pieces of shit. Stop fucking stealing $900 million or whatever so you can make fucking Star Citizen a piece of shit. Stop stealing. Stop fucking being pieces of shit. Just in general, stop doing it. You guys suck way too much dick. I want to fucking torture you like fucking, like I do. I want to fucking torture Todd Howard with a fucking device like they had in Stanley Kubrick's Clockwork Orange and force him to listen to that fucking siren I just had to deal with for 3 solid days. See how he likes it. Motherfucking asshole. It's only fair. Do unto him what he did unto me, you know? Do unto others, you know? That's all I want for these software developers. Do unto them what they did unto us. Do unto them what they did unto us. That's all. That's the worst thing that they can imagine. But, I mean, it happened to us, you know? So, yeah, just, you know, I mean, you know, yeah, I wish on the software developers what they do to us, which is torture us. The fuck are you doing? Oh, okay. Where do I go now? I didn't want that whole negative trip, but you fucking tortured me. You sound tortured me, you goddamn asshole. The fuck's your fucking problem? Say it right to your fucking face, too, you piece of shit junk artist thief. Thief. Say it right to your fucking face. Don't sound torture me anymore. You guys have had this. You guys remember how terrible Morrowind was? When you would block a hit, it would literally wake up the neighbors down the goddamn street. And I know Todd, the fucking cocksucker, piece of shit software developer Howard, has heard this story before. There was this terrible ass sound effect on Morrowind when you would block a blow. Because there was no block in the game. You couldn't hold a button to block with a shield. That was how basic Morrowind was. Like, so when you block something, it would make this terrible sound. I can replay it probably on YouTube. It's the most terrible sound in the history of video gaming. And it would literally wake up the fucking neighbors down the goddamn street when your television was turned down to 1 volume. It was so fucking loud and so unbalanced of a goddamn worthless piece of shit sound effect. I'll play it again if I could get a competent software developer to give me a fucking actual browser. Sorry. We'll play it. The terrible Morrowind block sound, right? It literally, like, every gamer who was alive back then who had that game knows what I'm talking about. The block sound, for some reason, it was not balanced correctly. The sound was just not mitigated in anywhere form. It was not equalized in anywhere form. So when you blocked an attack, for some reason, this explosion sound would go off. And even if you had your television turned all the way down to 1 little notch, I'm talking 1 out of the 100 notches or whatever, it would wake your fucking parents up at 4:30 in the fucking morning. It would wake your neighbors' parents up because piece of shit developers are fucking tortiously fucking negligent in their fucking torture of the people who make them billionaire fucking rich. Worthless piece of shit assholes. They deserve the goddamn Clockwork Orange torture that they put us through for the last 40 years. They deserve only what they did to us. That's all. That's all I want for them. That's all. You want the chair, Todd Howard? And by the chair, I mean, yeah, the Clockwork Orange chair, where I fucking strap you to your goddamn alarm sound that you just tortured me with for 3 solid fucking days. You can deal with the fucking alarm sound for all your life and see what it does to your temperament and all this. You guys are so fucking bad at what you do. Like, you knew when that sound effect went live. Same thing with Mortals, wood chopping. Same thing with a lot of these games. Some of your sound effects are like goddamn fucking auditory torture. I'd rather be in Guantanamo Bay, being waterboarded sometimes. I'm dead serious, too. You think I'm being exaggerational. I mean what I say. Sometimes I'd rather be in goddamn fucking Guantanamo, being waterboarded by American fucking pig dog fucking fascist traitors, than listening to your fucking sirens go off in your fucking video games. That's how bad they are, you piece of shit developers. I mean what I'm saying. I'm not being as... you want to know how I know what I mean what I say? This is an old bit that I used to say when I was 15 years old. I can consult my best friend and bring him out in front of camera and shit. I used to do this bit when I was like 16 years old. I'm mid-40s now. It's been 27 years of the goddamn sound torture of your worthless piece of shit video game clients, of your worthless piece of shit ass fucking software development, and your poor life choices. And I'm sick of the goddamn torture. You're still doing it to me in 2025. I can't believe what you've done to this industry. I know the rest of these idiots are goddamn tablet brain rot morons who have no fucking clue how to do anything at all. But I do. And I know a bad sound effect torture when I hear one. And I will not be subjected to your fucking torture while I pay you money. That's like paying you to make me your bitch. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm gonna destroy your goddamn fucking reputation with all the goddamn gamers. And I'm gonna threaten to fucking tie you to the chair like goddamn Stanley Kubrick or whatever, and force you to listen to the fucking video game sound effect fucking sirens that you tortured us with over the last goddamn 40 years. Design video games better, you tortiously negligent fucking billionaire cocksucker assholes. Yeah, the sound effect makes you an asshole. I know you think I'm making it way too personal. Nah, the sound effect torture was way too personal. Tortiously negligent shithead. Your tortiously negligent sound effects, like the wood chopping in Mortal, or the goddamn block sound in Morrowind, or the fucking snuffling of the goddamn Worgen in Blizzard, or sorry, in World of Warcraft, but that Blizzard did, or the goddamn fucking opening splash screens in every Bethesda game, or the worthless sound torture that you worthless piece of shit developers get up to all of my goddamn life. You need to be strapped to a chair for about 3 solid days and listen to the Morrowind sound block, the mortal wood chopping, the goddamn, I mean, literally all the worthless sound effects in video game history and shit that are like fucking auditory sound torture and shit. I swear to God, Todd Howard needs to be publicly shamed as strapped to a goddamn fucking Stanley Kubrick chair and forced with like, you know, with noise canceling headphones to listen to the video game sirens that he just goddamn tortured me with in Starfield for fucking 3 solid days till he cracks his fucking sanity like it's done to me. And that's all I want. I don't want him to hurt, don't want him to feel pain or anything. I just want him to be subjected to what he did to the people who paid him money. Completely moralist piece of shit. Fucking, I would strike him in anger. You know, I can't think of many human beings like I would strike in anger. But the software developers, yeah, you guys kind of skate along like you don't ever do anything. Like, ha ha ha, you're high on your own farts. You just have no idea how much of a piece of shit you are to us sometimes. But you are, you're kind of a piece of shit out there sometimes to us. Really fucking like a lot of the time. And so, yeah, I'm just going to call you on it every single fucking time, you fucking cocksuckers. You deserve the Stanley Kubrick chair where you listen to the goddamn fucking sound effects that you just tortured me with for 3 hours, for 3 solid days. You want to know why? Because you've done it to me for 37 years. You being the entire industry. But I mean, yeah, the industry has definitely sound effect tortured me and my parents and everybody around me for like 37 fucking years. And yeah, it's not okay. It needs to stop. Nobuo Uematsu and Inon Zur and, fucking Jeremy Soule and stuff, they're good. They're good things for the fucking industry. Piece of shit cocksucker developers who put terrible sound effects into games to torture kids who give them billions of dollars should be flogged in the street. Yeah, something like that, yeah. I would say flogged in the street. Nothing terrible. Just, you know, public humiliation. The amount of sound effect torture that and nobody will ever tell. No, I swear to God, I don't care if it ever becomes famous. I don't care if anybody ever listens to me. It's still the goddamn truth. You think I'm being exaggerational? No, not at all. This is the goddamn fucking toasted toads truth. Your sound effects, most of the time, they're like torture. Why do you think I have most of my sound effects off? They're like fucking torture. It's not that they're not good. It's that you don't know how to balance them correctly. You don't use them at the right time. Here, would you like an example? Would you like an example? I mean, I could just show you on every single game that I play all the terrible sound effects that you worthless piece of shit fucking, you know, torture device sound like torture obsessed fucking piece of shit software developers get up to, right? Would you like to hear an example? Every game's got it. Every game has terrible sound effect torture. You fucking cocksuckers. Fuck you, right? Here's an example of it. I go to open my favorite minigame of all time, which is Project, and I mean this. This is my favorite minigame of all time. Listen to the terrible ass sound that the CCP chose to use for hours and hours and hours. And so I say that the CCP piece of shit developer, CCP Trash Panda, the one that I actually met, needs to be fucking like tied down like a goddamn Clockwork Orange and forced to listen to this goddamn sound for 3 solid days so he can understand the fucking torture that he puts his goddamn people through every single day with his goddamn junk art. And I mean, am I making it up? Listen to this terrible sound. It sounds like some combination of nails on a chalkboard, static from a broken television screen, and the sound that I imagine Satan makes when he farts. And you willingly subjected EVE Online players now for 7 years to this. 7 years. You worthless piece of shit cocksucker fucking failure ass poor life choice. Fucking asshole developers. You're so goddamn bad at what you do. You think I'm making this up or trying to make some dollars off of it or something like that? No, this is just the goddamn truth. Somebody needs to tell you how goddamn incompetent you fucking assholes actually are. Listen to the fucking sound and what it does to my brain and how hostile I get. I mean, we gotta turn it off. You gotta turn it off. You gotta turn it off. You're so goddamn bad at what you do, you worthless piece of shit developers. Doesn't matter what game I play. This one from 23 years ago, listen to this terrible sound. All day for 23 goddamn years. Piece of shit, Yoshi P. Suck my fucking dick. You fucking torture artist, Yoshi P. Fuck you. Fuck you, Yoshi P. Fuck you. That sound, you hear it? It's 27 years of it or something. 22 years of it. I hate that sound. I hate it so much. Or the sound of my cat screaming as she's being attacked or whatever. You're so goddamn bad at what you do. You're bad at sound design. You're bad at everything. You steal from children. You guys should feel bad. A bunch of you guys should have committed suicide by now. You have treated. Look at the cubicle crawl and the breast milk stealing. Look at this. What the software developers have become. Look at the torture that they get up to. It's goddamn disgusting. Fuck them. They deserve the goddamn Guantanamo after what they've done to us. Look at what FIFA did to us with loot boxes. Fuck FIFA. Fuck FIFA and fuck EA. I believe EA should lose every dollar they've ever made. I'm dead serious. I believe Electronic Arts. I used to really love Electronic Arts, like Square Enix. You know what I'm saying? I had so much respect for them. Like CCP. Not anymore. Now I believe that Electronic Arts should give back every dollar they ever fucking fleeced from us. Worthless piece of shit cocksucker developers. How many billions of dollars did you make off the world's children last year? EA. How many billions of dollars did you fleece out of children last year for loot boxes? Electronic Arts? I mean, it just goes on. You're fucking torture. Fuck you guys. It's not a joke to me. I think everybody else on the YouTube is some kind of joke. Haha, we all laugh at the piece of shit developers. Oh, piece of shit developers. You're so incorrigible. That's the attitude of everybody else. My attitude is like, where are the fucking lawyers? Your tortious negligence and your sound torture and your goddamn fucking what you've done to the industry and all this shit. I don't care what anybody else says. I'm gonna tell the truth. I don't care what anybody else on the internet treats you. I'm going to tell the truth to the world about how really shitty you fucking software developers actually are. I'm going to tell them the fucking truth. That's it. I'm going to get off this now. I'm sorry it went on for an hour. But I mean, the sound torture went on for an hour. So, you know, only fair. Only fair. Do to you what you do to me. Do unto others. You worthless piece of shit. You know, fuck you. I don't believe in Todd. Let's go back there, I guess. And I'll just turn the sound off to get around the sound torture incompetence, I guess. I'm terribly sorry, guys. No sound for a while. The developer is just really, 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 really bad at what they do. And I can't have their sound effects. It's such a terrible effect on my stream that we're just going to turn it the fuck off entirely. I'm terribly sorry, guys. No sound. This is why we can't have nice things. Is because of piece of shit developers like Bethesda. I'm terribly sorry. You know, who were the Doom people? Was that id? Fuck id Software and their stupid worthless asses, because they came up with the fucking siren in the first place in Wolfenstein. Fuck that fucking siren. It had the most terrible, deleterious effect upon video games of all time. Fuck the fucking siren in Wolfenstein. Most horrible goddamn sound effect in video game history. Fucking assholes. Fucking assholes. Somebody should really physically hurt you or something. You need to get the message. You guys have been torturing us for 37 years or something. One of you guys needs to have a message delivered to you at some point or some way or something. I'm not violent. I'm not violent. I'm not talking about you getting hurt. I'm talking about you losing a lot of stuff because of the torture that you get up to all the time. You know? You need to lose something. The way that you tortured us. You need some kind of, you know, consequence for your actions, piece of shit developers. So I will. I'll just continually talk shit about how obviously bad you are. You know. Look how bad you are, developer. I just don't know. How long am I going to get stuck here trying to find this one little blue dot behind this wall? How many times do I have to go around in circles, going through this terrible-ass dungeon? I love this dungeon until their terrible jank-ass AI design completely borked the fucking quest. I don't think I can abandon the quest either, so I have to stumble through this. And this is why we always hated Bethesda as much as we did, is they kind of force you to deal with their problems and how they pass the cost of doing business on to the consumer. I want to sue Bethesda. I could easily like wheel this out in front of a jury and fucking fuck Bethesda and their stupid, tortiously negligent asses. Easily. Sooner or later it needs to happen. I believe in VR with, wow, remastered VR mod, huh? Wow. Let's do, Noter, or Our History. Thank you, Our History. I'd like to sub to your channel.
On the 17th of April 1975, Cambodia's capital city still had a population of 2.5 million.
No, I'm not sure I can clear this, actually. We're going to get off it. Goddamn piece of shit developers. Where do I go? What do I do? You're so bad at design.
Now, on the surface, at least the PAL version, lovely looking box, comes in a lovely cardboard sleeve.
You didn't say it. What is it?
Unlimited Saga.
Yeah, it's okay.
Now,
it's an okay game.
On the surface, at least the PAL version, lovely looking box, comes in a lovely cardboard sleeve. Fantastically done. Look at this lovely art book, lovely presented.
Hell, the box art was always really good. Yeah, everything on the
looking
PlayStation 1.
Cardboard sleeve.
Or was it 2? 2.
That may be the only good thing about this game, but I'll go on it way more as to why I will be probably one of the only people in the world to ever beat one of the longest PS2 games on this system. So when you chuck the disc into the system, we are met with a classic, beautiful CG opening. This game was produced and developed by Squaresoft, who would later become Square Enix when Squaresoft and Enix merged into one company, but also a returning director, Kawazu, who has been behind the Saga games, was working on this project. I've never played a Saga game before in my whole life. This is my first experience with a Saga game. That
Saga was okay. It wasn't one of their best
as you later
franchises.
find out while I've been playing this game. Also, please consider this while we go into this. I am a PlayStation 2 challenge runner. I'm trying to beat every PS2 game. How do I consider a game beaten? It's by getting to credits of the game.
How many hours am I going to have to stumble around this dungeon, Todd Howard? You should feel shame.
Maybe my opinions are fair or maybe unfair. There is a divide of this game, though, before going in. Critically, in the East, in Japan, many people loved this game, while in the West, and us Western gamers, when we tried to experience this for an RPG,
we were like,
a bit more negative.
Yeah.
And I can see why. Going in, you'll find out. Also, remember this, I am a huge, huge RPG fan. I love RPGs, it's one of my favorite genres. But this game truly tested my love for the genre. And you will find out as we do,
of course it did,
deep dive into Unlimited Saga. So upon starting the game, we are met with a beautiful soundtrack. Lovely, innit? Beautiful music, the menu simple, and as you go into new game, you're presented with a character select screen. There are 7 possible characters to choose from, everyone with their own backstory. If you select them, they will all have their own character introduction.
I'm Kurt Burgundy. Let's go on an adventure together.
And that's the special thing about this. There are 7 characters, each with a unique story, and you can pick whoever you feel like.
Just leave everything.
There is no recommended character, to say the least. There is no way to explain who you should play as first, or what everyone does, but there are many characters to choose from. And it leaves it to you, free choice, free will, to enjoy what you want to have as your first RPG experience with Unlimited Saga. So here we are today. Now I will show you the experience and my journey through this, through my segmented streams of Unlimited Saga. I decided to go with Armic. After reading everyone, I love a goofy looking character, so this is the character we went with. And after the amazing CG opening you got at the beginning of the disc being put in, we met with this. A nice narration, but kind of it's presented in a set of stills.
This is one of the worst dungeons ever made, I believe. This is absolutely like one of the worst Bethesda quests ever made. It rivals that 76 one that Rose gives. This is one of the worst quests Bethesda has ever done, hands down.
And they
you can see it.
It's,
there's no clue where to go, no guidance, no talking. The NPC gives you one sentence. That's it. And then there's just like, go to the blue thing. The blue thing is behind a wall. You can't get behind the wall. It's not some tricky thing with any guidance that I'm not seeing or whatever. Oh wait, maybe I can turn off the alarm. Oh, thank God, I turned off the alarm. Thank God. I can think and I can like try and find this. Oh, I defeated the software developer at their own incompetence, guys. I don't really know how I did it, but I got around the alarm, guys. The crisis averted. The piece of shit developer, you know, I killed Todd somehow. You know, I somehow killed a Todd. You know, I don't know. I don't understand how I stopped the software developer incompetence entirely, but I believe I did. Let's go Google this, I guess. See if somebody has like a video or something about this terrible, like one of the worst things Bethesda's ever done, I believe. This is one of the worst quests Bethesda has ever done, I think, and it's really pretty crazy. Go to abandoned research tower. No, I can't get. And it's a bright quest too, where I can't even like get guidance for it. It's just like some terribly fucked up quest that's behind some walls. The same old bullshit that they used to try and crucify Daggerfall for. That was it. That was how to do it. I can't believe this worthless piece of shit developer. Some guidance, please. You worthless cocksucker developers. At the end of it, I'm like, oh, thank God, the bad man and the rape is over now, and the bad time's over now, and the bad things are over. I don't have it. I don't care what. There's no loot that could possibly be in this crate. They poisoned the well so badly with their terrible, like incompetent design and their lack of quality control and their lack of going live like this, right? And they shit on themselves so much all the time, right? There's no loot in the fucking history of gaming that could be in this chest that would make it worth what you just put me through, you fucking shithead developer. Nothing. Don't care about that yellow suit. Don't give a flying fuck about it. Don't care about it. It's a worthless piece of shit to me. Don't care. Don't care if it's an upgrade, because you poisoned the well, developer. You should care about this. You should freak out like, oh, he's supposed to feel really good that he finally got the chest and got through the quest somehow, blah, blah, blah. No, the entire goddamn negative experience was so fucking bad that I gotta get out of here as soon as possible, and we never speak about this again, and we just think of it as Todd's incompetence. That's it. That's all. That's why we blame you all the time, Todd. It is your incompetence that does this sort of crazy, stupid shit. Crazy, stupid shit. Alright, just drop it. Fucking contraband was so stupid, Todd. Why did you do this? Oh my god, you're so goddamn dumb. Where do I go? What do I do? Where is it? There. Xenowar Tech, drop it. Just drop it. Just another way to semantically block us, huh? Good job, piece of shit developer. Good job.
Villager gives them the beauty and gift of rain and being able to summon the different elements to save their village. Kindness is repaid in kindness. And there we go. And later on, the LP on display there, there's a 2 out of 5. There's so much thrown at you and you don't explain it. I will explain it as this battle goes on and try to explain of taking LP. Bonus. Chest. Opened up, and I finally. Now the real game.
You hear this? This terrible ass fucking ambience. It makes me want to move. Like it sounds so bad to me for no reason. Like, I'll move to get away from it, really. Some of their sound design is so bad. I don't care about this. I'm terribly sorry. Ooh, down the rabbit hole. Down the rabbit hole. Frederick Knudsen, I haven't seen him in a while.
On August 8th, 2006, the earliest iteration of the game Dwarf Fortress was published. Developed by brothers Tarn and Zach Adams, Dwarf Fortress is a colony simulation game renowned both for its remarkable level of detail and its impenetrable level of difficulty. The game was nearly impossible to parse visually for new players upon release. Utilizing ASCII characters for its graphics, the screen initially appeared as a jumbled mess of letters and punctuation marks. There is no single canon world in Dwarf Fortress, but instead, worlds are randomly generated with unique historical figures, places, governments, and guilds, each titled using a constructed language whose words are combined to create absurd names for characters such as Melville Drillpage, Jowl Slopchone, and Kerr Fisthorse, while places are given titles like Portal Router and Quake Roars. Dwarf Fortress's detailed nature extends to perhaps the most notorious aspect of the game. The body of each character is tracked to minute levels, including individual hands and organs, and this includes not only injuries, but also status effects, such as whether or not that part of the body is wet or dirty with some particular substance. Given that the player's control over the game is limited to delineating tasks that must then be executed by a dwarf on their own time and at their own discretion, it is possible for chain reactions of events to occur suddenly and with little warning, their causes manifesting beneath the player's notice, lost in the shuffle of information with little way to immediately address them. Such difficulty gave the game its popular tagline, "Losing is fun." Dwarf Fortress would quickly find an audience among internet denizens due in large part to its freeware model, downloadable from the internet, and it was particularly beloved by members of the Something Awful forums, who would share their experiences with one another, often in the form of a Let's Play. Before the establishment and widespread adoption of video hosting platforms, Let's Plays more typically took the form of forum posts describing a person's experience with a game, often with illustrative screenshots, and the bespoke nature of each Dwarf Fortress world and its confusing graphical style meant that the game lent itself well to this sort of sharing. These stories would usually end in misadventure and catastrophe, much to the glee of those reading. What's more, since games of Dwarf Fortress are saved as discrete files, they can easily be shared with other players, and this allowed for a popular and unique method of play. Succession games. Organizing together on the Something Awful forums, players would take turns playing a save file and then passing it to another person after some amount of in-game time had passed. But, given that Dwarf Fortress has no clearly defined goals nor any victory state, succession games often included half-finished projects and half-addressed problems, which would inevitably cause ruin for the settlement. And this would result in one of the most infamous and legendary gaming stories in the internet's history. In November of 2006, forum user Tourette Dog made a post to the Something Awful forums. His introduction read, quote, "Have you ever wanted to be a dwarf, dig into mountain halls, and fear unholy amphibious undead elephants that scale walls and murder your entire family while you sleep? Your wait is over, your dream is here, and that dream is the official Goon Dwarf Fortress Succession game." End quote. The rules were simple. At the end of every in-game year, the player would save their game and submit the file to the next person in line, who would then play another in-game year. Notably, one of the questions in the FAQ section read, "I'm not very good at this game. Can I still play?" The answer read, "Hell yeah." Prognosticating a self-encouraged doom, Tourette Dog wrote the prologue to this Let's Play to set the scene. Quote, "In the year 1050, the dwarven civilization of Kin Melville, the Oaken Tomes, exhausted the last of its mines. Driven by lust for gold and rumors of the priceless and all but mythical metal adamantine, a team of 7 colonists was dispatched to build a new home for the dwarves of Kin Melville in the stony Ports of Pride. The first year of diaries from the ill-fated foreman of the mine were recovered, giving some hint as to the beginnings of the fortress that once stood there, if not its mysterious and presumably gruesome fate." End quote. Here, the conceit of the Let's Play was established. The players would take the role of an administrator within the settlement and write journal entries to detail their experiences, one after the other, cataloging their misadventures and thought processes behind their decisions, though this would not stop a player who believed that they knew better when it was their turn. Another challenge would simply be the location. As Tourette Dog described it, quote, "The new fortress site is truly in the puckered sphincter of nowhere. The nearest civilization, if you can call it that, is a goblin citadel to the northeast. But the guildsman swears they've surveyed for precious metals, and this is the best spot. There's also a river nearby, which means one underground, which means we can start our farm without much trouble once we dig to it. Of course, he waits till he's leaving to tell us the name of the site." End quote. Beneath this writing was a screenshot of text introducing the settlement. "A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place, Koganu-san. boat murdered. Strike the
Autopilot
earth.
jumping.
This settlement, however, was not simply in a forest, but a wild one, replete with monkeys and, even more dangerous, elephants. Elephants in Dwarf Fortress are temperamental and powerful creatures who will sometimes attack without warning if something draws too close, and once they have been angered, it's difficult to make them stop, short of trapping them in a cage or dispatching them. The problems that they posed quickly revealed themselves when the first trade caravan arrived in the autumn. Quote, merchants trying to dodge the elephants. The betting pool's up to 10 stone blocks and a rat skull. We really need to make some coins. I guess the trade depot was a good idea, but we'll see if we can finish it before they get here or get eaten by those bloody pachyderms. After the traders arrived, Tourette Dog lamented their limited stock, writing, now riddle me this. What sort of soft-headed, beard-gnawing merchants brave goblins, mountains, more goblins, and then those damn elephants to show up with nothing but one piece of cheese and 2 rolls of cloth? These merchants, that's who. I noticed one try to eat his own ear coming in. God knows how they're going to get out. Fortunately, they're dumb enough to take some of these useless trinkets in trade. End quote. As winter set in and Tourette Dog began planning a moat to defend the fort from attack, he recognized that the monkeys milling about in the jungle were more of a threat than initially believed. Quote, these are not cute little chimpanzees. Oh no. These are big mandrills, pissed off and greedy. They feel justified in stealing anything not nailed down, and if they can pry something, for instance a dwarf's arm, loose, it ain't nailed down in their book. End quote. When a pack of mandrills broke into the fort, the dogs that the dwarves had brought with them gave chase, and during this altercation, a peculiar mechanic of Dwarf Fortress came into play. Birthing. Both characters and animals in Dwarf Fortress can become pregnant, and the birthing process is an unceremonious affair, with the infant simply dropping out of the mother instantaneously. And this is precisely what happened during the fight.
Approaching
Quote,
station.
one of our war dogs went out to fight them off, which didn't go so well. A few more war dogs ran out and attacked. I have to say, I'm slightly terrified by them. One of the bitches actually gave birth while she was attacking, and her puppies joined in on the carnage. At the end of the day, the 3 mandrills were dead, and they took 1 war dog with them and injured another one and a puppy. End quote. With the host finishing a relatively uneventful first year, besides the birthing, the save file was then passed to the next person in line, a forum user by the name of Marijuana, who took to role-playing a fed-up noble disgusted by the peasants around him. Quote, I came to this dump looking for a royal fortress. Instead, I found this hole in the dirt, complete with useless hillbillies. End quote. Almost immediately, migrants arrived, drastically increasing the manual labor force, but also more than doubling food and alcohol consumption, the latter being necessary to prevent the mood of dwarves from sinking. But right as these needs increased, another iconic mechanic of Dwarf Fortress appeared. Fey moods. Occasionally, a dwarf will be overtaken by a bout of vicious inspiration, occupy a workshop, and demand materials for crafting. Should the dwarf's demands be met, they will create a valuable masterwork object, but should they lack the materials, they will eventually go mad and often become violent. Now, a dwarf had taken over the carpenter's shop just as more quarters were becoming necessary. Mercifully, his demands were wood, which was plentiful, and shells, which were easy to acquire in the nearby river. Soon, the dwarf had created his masterpiece, Voodoo Deeb, or, in English, Sound Syrup, a mahogany table. Its description read, this is a mahogany table. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of kapok and turtle shell. This object is adorned with hanging rings of mahogany. On the item are images of werewolves in kapok. Frequently, dwarves will create artwork that reflects events in the world, including those that occur in the settlement. And while little had happened in Boat Murdered yet, this would very soon change in ways that would be paid homage in horrifying representations, encouraged by the player's mistreatment of the dwarves in their charge, whose extent and consequences would take years to fully elucidate. The remainder of the second year in Boat Murdered was marked by death and injury. Due to a lack of accommodations, one of the dwarves fell asleep on the bridge over the underground river, and a surge washed him away and drowned him. The following month, a snake man leapt out from the river and gravely injured a craps dwarf. And come winter, he would die of thirst after refusing food and drink. Another dwarf would be ambushed by a pack of mandrills just before the year ended. Despite these tragedies, the overall population of Boat Murdered had dramatically risen, but this number didn't only include dwarves. By this point, there were so many dogs, cats, and horses milling about Boat Murdered that they were clogging the main arteries through the underground passageways, making movement ponderous. Still, by the time Marijuana passed the file to the next person in line, who went by Keyboard Fox, there were plenty of food stockpiles and a serviceable amount of alcohol, though in the words of Keyboard Fox, the dwarves keep drinking it really fast. Whoever's up next should think about making a second still once the immigration wave comes in. The next year was calm, in large part thanks to the installation of numerous traps lining the entrances. But even though he made swords for an eventual military...
That was so funny. Go back. The dwarves keep drinking it really fast.
the underground passageways, making movement ponderous. Still, by the time Marijuana passed the file to the next person in line, who went by Keyboard Fox, there were plenty of food stockpiles and a serviceable amount of alcohol, though in the words of Keyboard Fox, the dwarves keep drinking it really fast. Whoever's up next should think about making a second still once the immigration wave comes in. The next year was calm, in large part thanks to the installation of numerous traps lining the entrances, but even though he made swords for an eventual military to use, he neglected to actually organize any military, and misfortune continued to plague Boat Murdered. By winter, a miner was injured attempting to set up elephant traps, the second wave of migrants was attacked by elephants en route to the settlement, killing 2 and injuring 1, a fire imp slaughtered a carpenter, and a further 4 dwarves were crushed by yet more elephants. What's more, a metalsmith had been taken by a fey mood, but despite striking ore, none of Keyboard Fox's predecessors had established a forge, and despite his best efforts, none could be constructed in time, leading the dwarf to go mad and begin wading upriver, eventually drowning. Still, multiple attacks on the settlement itself were thwarted by the traps, saving no doubt countless dwarves, none of whom were equipped for or experienced with combat. Most of these were cage traps as well, meaning that the animals could be used in trade or tamed. By the end of the year, Keyboard Fox had captured 5 mandrills, a leopard, and over 10 elephants. But there was another major discovery within Boat Murdered that year. A river of magma. Magma in Dwarf Fortress has various uses, including heat for forges, but Keyboard Fox had a different idea in mind. Quote, I am worried about the future of our fortress, namely that the next rulers will not be as security-minded as I am. So I shall flood the chasm with magma/lava and kill all the unnamed horrors within. Beneath this, he included screenshots of the settlement along with brief descriptions. The chasm with its beautiful red line of death. That's the lever you need to remember not to pull, by the way. The magma floodgates link to the lever of doom. I put down some channels just in case someone does pull the lever. End quote. After an uneventful winter, Boat Murdered and its 58 dwarves were passed on to the next player in line, named Locus, who opened his post with a suggestion. Quote, I propose that we each name one dwarf after ourselves when we end our reign and retire/get demoted for gross negligence. I can do that retroactively for previous rulers if you all think it's a good idea. End quote.
Yeah.
This idea would prove popular, and soon each previous ruler would have a dwarf named for them. But first,
awesome.
Locus would play his turn. Despite the concerns of the previous player, Locus would see to securing the settlement from any threats. Quote, "In hostile lands such as these, security and provisions are my first and foremost concerns." Although I was worried when I discovered that we had no military forces to speak of, an inspection of our trap systems revealed that they are sufficient to defeat any attacking force from inside or outside, below a full-scale siege. I looked to wells as a possible route of invading vermin, but only found barrels of alcohol. As we only have a scattering of peasants to choose from, most of which seem to be pursuing their own professions, I will wait for new immigrants to draft for our army. In the meantime, weapons and armor must be forged." End quote. Soon, the expected immigrants arrived, and a guard force and military were organized among them. But Locus quickly ascertained that some of the greatest threats would not come from without, but from within. While perusing the settlement, the Arabs, quote, "I am worried about the very unsafe construction of the halls near our magma forges. Rather than leaving occasional natural supports of living stone, the previous ruler has instead dug out the entirety of this wide hallway and built rather unstable-looking stone pillars here. I noticed a small lava flooding space around a pillar blocked by floodgates, which is presumably part of an emergency system to collapse the roof here, but even if a careless or angry dwarf were to dislodge one of them, the consequences would be catastrophic to anyone nearby." End quote. Smaller-scale tragedies would soon strike again in the river rather than the halls. One dwarf would be swept away in the currents, and another struck by a fey mood would go mad for lack of necessary materials and drown himself underneath the bridge. The animals were no luckier. While rearranging the cages, 2 tamed elephants managed to escape, and while not as violent as their feral brethren, fighting still broke out, claiming 2 dogs and an elephant calf. Animals who manage to win enough combat encounters are granted a randomly generated name, and one of the tamed elephants had now gained such, Ikudoltud, which in English means range-stalked. Locus suggested, quote, "I have a theory that once an elephant tastes dwarf blood, which surely is how this particular creature got her name, they cannot be tamed properly." End quote. That autumn, Locus would have the issue of Ikudoltud resolved. After ordering the elephant moved outside, he sicked a dwarven warrior and a swarm of war dogs on her, who managed to swiftly dispatch her without any major injuries. Still, many other elephants awaited in the cages, and their tendencies were no less violent. After another dwarf went mad and retreated from society before dying of thirst, Locus attended to 2 other matters. The first was naming a dwarf for each of the previous rulers. The second was a common feature of Dwarf Fortress succession games, a vanity project. Quote, "I have begun construction of a complex of large tombs to hold the remains of the previous rulers of this fort. I have given the smaller tomb to Callow, as he used much of his allotted funds commissioning a statue portrait. Some might say that my own tomb is receiving extra attention, but I believe I am entitled, and if someone else wanted to build a fancy one for themselves, they should have thought of it when they had the chance. Note, to those who intern me to my casket when I pass from this world, please use the provided chains to tether trained mandrills or a suitable substitute to guard my bones from thieves and bandits. P.S. That last part kind of rhymes. I will have it engraved at once." End quote. With this final note, Locus would pass off the settlement to his successor, and it was this player who would at once reveal the absurdity of Boat Murdered and oversee the beginning of its long downslide into its inevitable doom. The 5th overseer for Boat Murdered was a forum user who went by Stark Raving Mad, and his thorough role-playing and liberal usage of screenshots marked him as easily one of the most entertaining and thorough. After an introduction that cast himself as a bartender forced into the role of overseer, he began with his assessment of Boat Murdered thus far, referring to his screenshots as drawings to stay in character. Quote, "What the fuck?" I have to fucking try to get my mind around what I am facing here. To begin with, all of our fucking workshops and trade goods are sitting outside in the fucking rain. One of the previous overseers must have been some sort of shallow-dwelling sky-gazer, because having our production out here is just inhumane to the poor poopleheads who have to stand out there. Fuck that, I'm moving everything inside. Oh, and you see all those E's I drew down there at the bottom? Elephants. The previous overseer must have had some sort of sick fucking fascination with them, because we have elephants everywhere. Elephants in cages, elephants in the halls, elephants shitting in the dining room, everywhere. I don't know what to do with them. I guess start butchering them and hope they make a good roast. End quote. Besides the hall, he also noticed something of concern. Quote, room full of levers. I don't know what any of them do, and I'm not going to try and figure it out. With the way this place is set up, any one of them could make...
Room full of levers. Don't know what any of them do. Full of levers, and I don't know what any of them do.
End quote. Besides the hall, he also noticed something of concern. Quote, room full of levers. I don't know what any of them do, and I'm not going to...
I'm not gonna try and figure it out. Don't know what any of them do. I'm not gonna try to figure it out.
Try and figure it out. With the way this place is set up, any one of them could make the whole place collapse in like an accordion. After addressing other inadequacies, such as the lacking accommodation...
I went looking for this long before Frederick Knudsen made this video. I went looking for this, didn't I, like 2 years ago. I was like, I know... Oh my god, how am I dead from a single hippogriff? Did he aggro me? Did I lose a lot of XP? No. Hate that sound. The sound is so bad. The fucking sounds are so bad. I think I want to turn them down. The sounds are bad in this game. I'm gonna like turn them down. Can I still hear the guns? Not really, which sucks. But let's turn it up like a little bit, like 25. Try 20, 23, something. Yeah, I can still hear guns, but a lot of the sounds aren't annoying to me anymore, at least. Oh, headshot, bitch. Sorry. It's so overpowered. Oh! Where the fuck did you come from? This gun sucks. Need a better shotgun than this. I like the double barrel. Nope, that's not what I wanted. But okay. No! This is like a rec room. Those guys died like that. I like the magic. It makes the game a lot easier. The last bit of like the magic spells make games easier in the previous games, but like powers didn't. Powers didn't do shit in the previous games, but I like this power because it pretty much like if you see a room that you don't like, this power just erases that room. It just erases it. It's like, yeah, you have a pretty good advantage on them now. If you're good at headshots while they're standing there, you'll probably win this kind of thing. If you have something like with a higher level of fire, yeah. Oh, what's this? Oh. I don't know what it was, but I'll take it. I love this shit. The game has a lot of really good Hotline Miami combat. It really does. I don't know what that was. I hit some bomb or some huge bomb, and it was hilarious looking. And like you can see his body blown forward as his gun starts chortling, like hurtling forward, and I start chortling, like what? Oh. I like this game. I don't care if it's repetitive or whatever. The combat's really genuinely good. I wonder if I have any like bad settings or anything. Let's see. Player, yeah, I have extreme combat damage, which means they hurt me very badly if they hit me. And I deal more damage because I want them to die fast. Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good. I don't want to fire this gun. Oh! Oh! I'm getting better at those fucking knee-jerk headshots. I'm getting better at them. You can just let your hand sort of dial it in. I fucking knee-jerk fucking like flick-shotted headshotted that guy. If this was Russ, it would have embarrassed that guy. Or not Rust, but Fortnite. If this was Fortnite, that would have embarrassed that player. It would have been like a fucking no scope hunting rifle, like, just like fucking completely fucking like flick shot his ass. That guy went out so easy. Shout on you, bitch. Oh, the lockpicking thing is so annoying. This place was cool. At least I don't have to find anything. Finding things sucks. I want to shoot that table. I actually really like that. See, like, this game's got better combat than 76, which I didn't think was possible. 76 is hilarious sometimes. This place is awesome. I like the rain effects and the light. I mean, it is a graphically beautiful game. Frames are off the hook too. They definitely optimize this game later. Like if they do this what to Oblivion remaster what they did to this, I will be happy. But remaster does not play like this game does at all. Like no game plays like this game. I can't think of another game with this kind of frames on the market right now. Maybe Call of Duty. Yeah, like any of the Call of Duty games, maybe Battlefield. There's not too many games that have this kind of frames. Maybe Destiny cooks up now because it's like 15 years later, you know? Oh, don't die. I love the way the AI designs. Like, if you see the AI was like, well, I don't know why, but there will be some car chairs here on the side of the tarmac, and I like that design. The AI, like, I like the way the AI designs, and it's random every time, so the levels don't look that similar when you see them. Like they look like the outside design looks normal, but when you do the level itself, it actually has like a lot of things going on to make it seem more special, more interesting. No, I didn't want to fall all the way down here. No. I don't think I'm ever gonna stop using what's it called? Oh shit! The fuck was that? What? What's going on? It's not loud enough, is it? Damn it. Try 35 maybe. Ecliptic. Ooh, I can board. Yeah, I want to board this. We will take this ship. Kill the crew or leave the ship. Sounds good to me. That was scary. Let's see if we can sweep through the whole ship with, like, these automatic weapons. We'll do a, 7% health for 4 seconds, battle stim. There we go. We want a battle stim, and alien genetic material, and a heart plus. And we're just going to sweep through this fucking ship right here. We're going to save. Awesome. Ooh, Ripshank. That was it. That's it? Fucking dumb. I don't know, it has a nice galley. Wait, like, is there no, like, upper floor or anything? There's no upper floor? The ship's really small. Oh, you little bandits playing board games. How cute. Condoms. Control rod. Nice. I like this one better because you can see out the windows a little bit more. But it's a smaller ship, I think. You have commandeered a new ship. If you dock to a star station, land on a planet, or grab gem to another star system, this ship will become your home ship. Any quests or objects or passengers in your previous home ship will be transferred to your new home ship. Okay. Yeah, we'll take off. I like this ship. I don't know if it's worth more, but whatever. Ugh, you're like spinning me around for no reason. God damn it.
inefficient layout, he set the dwarves to work, but the profound problems with Boat Murdered were finally showing to be far more than potential or superficial. Quote, I have 6 fucking carpenters. I asked for this workshop to be built 3 months ago. You think anyone gets around to it? It's a 10-minute job, but they're too busy to do it. Busy doing what? I don't fucking know, since without the workshops up they can't carpenter anything either. I have 4 miners. 2 of them apparently sleep 20 hours a day. 1 is so injured he can't walk, and the last claims to be the retired ruler of this place, but he's the only guy who actually does any digging. End quote. If the dwarves would not complete necessary basic tasks such as these, then it would be nigh impossible to address problems as they arose, nor would it be possible for the dwarves to take the necessary actions to prevent a cascade of events leading to a death spiral. It was at this point that the horrifying events of Boat Murdered would begin to be recorded in its artwork. When dwarves were ordered to decorate the walls of the new dining hall, the dwarf named for Tourette Dog carved one part of the wall with an image of an elephant in the fetal position, and another part of the wall with a representation of a dead dwarf. These carvings would prove not only to be historic, but prophetic, as the first mass death was about to occur. And like most problems in Dwarf Fortress, it started small. Quote, we've got a little elephant issue happening down south. I'm starting to understand why the previous owner had 1 million of them in cages. 1 or 2 got pissed and they killed someone, and now the dwarves are trying to get the items from the guys that died, and the elephants are just running wild over everyone. A couple of the elephants got caught in the remaining cage traps, but 1 or 2 got through. The brave military men of Boat Murdered assemble by the front gate, and they brave themselves for a rush at the mighty elephants. And it was about then when the fucking dwarven caravan arrived. I ordered the military to hold fast, but the caravan guardsmen get themselves slaughtered by the elephants before we do. Which was also right about when a goblin thief jumped out and got clobbered by a stonefall trap. So the merchants arrived to see blood and vomit everywhere, us hauling corpses en masse to the graveyard, a couple rampaging elephants. Welcome to fucking Boat Murdered! Hope you like miasma! End quote. Here, miasma refers to the foul odor that bodies emit when they begin decomposing, something that will severely dampen the mood of any dwarf caught in it. After a war dog finally incapacitated the rampaging elephant, even more elephants arrived, irritable and blood-hungry, and the cycle continued, with dwarves meandering outside to gather the items dropped by the slain dwarves, only to be slain in turn, perpetuating the cycle. Even when ordered to cease gathering duties, the dwarves continued to try, until approximately 20 stinking dwarf corpses littered the area, after which stark raving mad installed a set of doors and locked them, preventing ingress or egress. Undeterred by the miasma choking the trapped hallways, the elephants continued to loiter outside, but just when the doors were completed, a horde of goblins arrived to lay siege to Boat Murdered. At first, stark raving mad interpreted this as a blessing, as the elephants would presumably fight the goblins, weakening one another enough for the military to remove their remaining foes. But instead, the 2 groups seemed to be unbothered by each other's presence, coexisting outside of the locked doors. It was at this point that spring arrived, marking that it was time for the file to be passed to the next player. Stark raving mad advised them that, quote, the place isn't a total loss, so long as you know, don't open the front door. Good luck no matter what you decide to do with it. End quote. Undeterred, the next person in the queue, named Bremen, took up the mantle of overseer and began plotting his solution to the siege. Ballistas. By installing ballistas in the walls, the dwarves could safely fire out from the settlement without opening the doors. But by the time the first one was constructed, the goblins had given up their siege and left entirely, leaving only the elephants, and the military charged out of the doors and struck them down. Relative peace finally returned to Boat Murdered. To prepare for another siege, Bremen installed a second ballista. As if to commemorate this victory, a dwarf was taken by a fey mood, and, after finding the necessary materials, crafted a masterwork bracelet depicting a dog killing a mandrill, an elephant making a plaintive gesture before a laughing dwarf, and, somewhat perplexingly, something that the game called a cheese. While food would not be an issue, the alcohol supply would, as Bremen had neglected to plant crops in the spring, leaving the dwarves with no fermentable plants. There was now no alcohol remaining to appease Boat Murdered's workers. Grumpy dwarves will sometimes simply refuse to work, which would only further worsen the fortress's troubles. Troubles amplified by a growing population whose limits would soon be tested by events that seemed too preposterous even by the standards of Dwarf Fortress. As the mood of Boat Murdered's dwarves began to dip, 7 more elephants approached the walls of the fortress. This new attack came so soon after the previous one that the dwarves have been unable to craft new cages and reset the traps, leaving only 2 armed and prepared. These traps performed their duty, but this still left 5 elephants. Most of the military was either lounging or eating, leaving only 1 dwarf to man the ballistas, killing 2, but it was then that the unbelievable happened. Quote, "Disaster strikes when a dwarf wanders in and gets killed by an elephant. All the other dwarves, seeing opportunity for new capitalistic riches, begin to rush towards the body to grab his valuable equipment. Remembering the stories I heard about my predecessor, I hurriedly ordered the outer door to be locked, but the door is stuck open. Sabotage. That elephant sympathizer, that traitor, that quisling, that monarch butterfly? Apparently, showing incredible coordination, a monarch butterfly flew into the door workings just before the time of the attack and jammed it open. With all the bodies and items left by the elephants, no one is doing such a low-priority task as cleaning up bug remains. Meanwhile, the ballista operators, seeing the riches beyond their carved fortifications, gleefully follow the crowd out the main door and into the elephant-choked tunnel. Assigning more dwarves to operate the ballistas depletes the remaining supply of arrows without effect. My Mark's dwarves run out of bolts, but there are still 2 elephants remaining. There's only 1 chance left. I activate the entire military and send them in a massed charge at the elephants. The recruits, minus all those drinking, eating, and sleeping, let out a mighty shout and charge. For the glory of Boat Murdered. No one can fault their bravery, only their results. End quote. With the military failing, Bremen fell back on a piece of engineering created by one of his predecessors that had, until now, gone unused. With all of the elephants still outside, Bremen pulled one of the levers which withdrew a drawbridge. As there were no longer any bolts remaining in the fortress, Bremen set his dwarves to making more, and the moment that each was constructed, it was fired at the elephants outside, eventually injuring them enough for them to exsanguinate. Within a month, another herd of elephants approached, and the response from the dwarves of Boat Murdered was less than swift. Quote, "I wondered why no dwarf has put up the doors yet, or even cleared the equipment and refuse from the area. A quick inspection finds the problem. The huge number of tame animals, combined with the narrow corridors, is causing a truly horrible traffic jam. I order the corridors widened and as many animals as possible put into cages. Luckily, the elephant herd turns south and skips the fortress entirely. With the corridors beginning to be passable again, a dwarf manages to construct the door, blocking off the elephants forever." End quote. Boat Murdered had just been saved by a stroke of luck. With another fey mood taking a dwarf, a marble amulet was made to commemorate the events of the last year. 2 of the 4 scenes depicted were of an elephant striking down a dwarf. Stark Raving Mad, whose turn was finished but was still watching the thread, wrote sarcastically, quote, "Here, I've made an amulet of all the history I know. Look, it's an elephant slaughtering dwarves by the hundreds. You can really see the bones and gristle. If you check the back, there's a lovely rendering of a butterfly jamming the fortress doors open. Also, more elephants killing dwarves. End quote. Soon after this, a child will be taken by a fey mood as well and make a piece of art, also depicting an elephant slaughtering a dwarf. In response to Stark raving mad, noting that most of the previous rulers had died during his turn, Bremen replied, quote, "I ran out of coffins. Then I ran out of designated graveyard space. Most of you are spending your eternal rest in the garbage dump." End quote. While the installation of doors could prevent the rampaging elephants from entering and prevent the dwarves from leaving in an emergency, fortifications could not protect any traders in transit. That autumn, just as a herd of elephants was loitering on the road into Boat Murdered, the yearly dwarven trade caravan arrived and ran directly into the elephants, who immediately became irate and attacked, leaving only one guard alive. During the quiet winter, Bremen
now there's like an
revitalized the
elephant versus
military
dwarf
both by
war.
increasing its size and having them train in crossbow shooting so that the elephants could be assaulted from within the walls. But the following year would see a piece of engineering created that would theoretically make the military obsolete. Stark Raving Mad had begun its construction, but had given up when encountering difficulties. The next ruler, however, possessed the knowledge to see it completed. Taking on the responsibility of overseer, forum user Senkis started the year relatively quietly, and using this merciful period, he ordered his mining dwarves to carve out a long channel along the northern side of the fortress, leading from the flowing magma to the outer wall of the mountain. The plan was simple and destructive in the extreme. If ever a threat posed itself outside, the doors would be closed, the lever would be pulled, and magma would flow out of the fortress and flood the outside, burning anything caught in its tide. This, however, wouldn't fix the ever-mounting problem of dwarves being unable to complete basic tasks within the fortress, including the moving of dead bodies, and miasma from the corpses of fallen animals and dwarves was beginning to fill the hallways. Other tasks, such as mining, required significant effort to make certain that they were done, if they were done at all. Despite the relatively swift completion of the magma canal, no major attacks would occur.
The
only
magma
a small raid
canal.
by mandrills.
Oh
Rather,
my
a
God.
different threat would face Boat Murdered, one that threatened to end the fortress unless swift and extreme action was taken. As the final months of Sankis's playthrough were drawing to a close, a rush of water appeared from the north, inundating the fields and forest. Apparently, one of the dwarves assigned to digging out the terrain had struck a hidden source of water or carved out the bank of the river, and now this water was flowing unabated, washing away the miner and stranding the other dwarves who were left outside. Desperately, Sankis closed the doors to block the water from flowing into the fortress, but now the dwarves of Boat Murdered were stuck inside with nowhere to put the rotting corpses. With alcohol supplies dwindling and no other recourse availing him, Sankis took the only action that he could think to take. He ordered the lever pulled. Gradually, magma began seeping through the channel, and once it reached the opening, it spilled out into the overworld, rapidly evaporating the water into steam as it continued to flow into the forest. Unable to escape, many of the stranded dwarves were scalded to death by the hot steam, and those who escaped the steam were instead burned in the lava. The dogs who happened to be with them fared no better. One of the forum members reading the thread asked, "Did it solve the elephant problem at least?" Sankis replied using 2 screenshots. The first showed a herd of 7 elephants standing in the water with steam and lava approaching them from both sides. The second showed only the river surrounded by scorched earth. Beneath these screenshots, he wrote the words, "You tell me." Before ending his turn, Sankis named a dwarf after himself and had him decorate his tomb. The first etching, named The Old Stick of Balls, was a rendition of a burning dog, while the second, The Silvery Crystalline Dumpling, depicted a screaming dwarf. With these constructed, Boat Murdered and its 91 dwarves were then left in the hands of the next player. But before this new player could take his turn, Stark Raving Mad returned for an interlude. Dwarf Fortress was not meant to be the next major project for Bay 12 Games. Before Dwarf Fortress, they had intended to produce an adventure game, with Dwarf Fortress as a side project, but the latter gradually became the game that most interested the brothers and their small cadre of fans, and so it became their focus. However, their love for adventure games was still present, and so they added a special feature called Adventurer Mode to Dwarf Fortress, which allowed players to explore their randomly generated world, and included in this world would be any player-made fortresses as well, available to explore and containing art and artifacts made by the dwarves of that fortress. While the main game mode would only reveal the most basic information about any crafted art pieces, Dwarf Fortress still kept track of who or what was depicted, and Adventurer Mode allowed the player to see this within the game. Retrieving the updated files for Boat Murdered, Stark Raving Mad began a quest to delve into the settlement and see what he could find. One of the easiest ways to improve the value of a fortress is to engrave the walls and floor, given that it can be done quickly and at no cost in resources, and so there were many waiting there. Stark shared a handful of engravings, each depicting the wholesale slaughter of dwarves by the numerous elephants who assailed Boat Murdered, adding, quote, "These are just a representative sample. There are dozens and dozens of engravings of dwarves being struck down by a seemingly endless herd of legendary named elephants. The slaughter must have been unimaginable. I cannot conceive of what they must have done to engender this much hatred from the elephants. It seems they did fight back and eventually triumph against the elephants, however." End quote. Among other, more mundane occurrences documented on the walls and floor, the releasing of the lava flow was also recorded through the horrific deaths of the dwarves and dogs caught in it. With these discoveries, Stark concluded his exploration, and the forum thread returned to the Succession game. The next person to complete a turn in Boat Murdered, who went by Unknowing, would begin more ambitious projects for the fortress, the most dangerous of which was strip mining the as-yet unexplored area beyond the river of magma within the mountain. The magma itself was little impediment, crossed easily by a bridge, but the enemies that could be found deeper in the mountain would pose a significant threat, and with an entire military squad wiped out when the lava flow was released, the dwarves available to fight against these threats were limited. This danger would prove to be far more than hypothetical. The moment that the miners dug too deep, they were set upon by horrible tentacle demons and quickly slain, and once they were finished, the demons moved on to assail the rest of the fortress. While the military was in a severely weakened state, the guard force was still present and prepared, and after approximately 24 dwarves were slain, representing a quarter of the population of Boat Murdered, the demons were finally stopped for good. But only 5 days after the demons were let loose onto the fortress, a goblin attack occurred. The ensuing fight would last for days, but finally, the goblins were all slain by the military and guards, with only a handful of dwarven casualties. With this, the fortress was passed to the next player, named Cross Quantum. Where other rulers would typically inspect the integrity of the fortress, Cross Quantum first took the time to appreciate the various works of art, and among the many recordings of elephants killing dwarves, there was another common representation that could be seen. Many of them were a rendition of a well-designed image of a cheese. Remarking on this, Cross Quantum wrote, quote, "Apparently the two most significant historical events here in Boat Murdered are elephants and cheese. Take a close look at the cheese ones, actually. There aren't even carvings of cheese, but renditions of some other image of a cheese. They're freaking homages. Interested, I investigated the art history of the settlement further. I discovered this artifact, which I can only presume was the inspiration for all the
Humans are so dumb.
Having viewed it for myself, I must agree that this image of a cheese speaks to the dwarven spirit and will be a cultural treasure for generations to come. End quote. Spring was quiet, but as summer arrived, a force of goblins did as well. It was now that the willingness of the administrators of Boat Murder to use the magma channel became apparent, as Cross Quantum's response was simply to close the doors, pull the lever, and let lava spill out over the land. Soon after, frogmen leapt from the river but were swiftly dispatched by the guard force. 3 months later, another goblin siege arrived, and it was handled in the exact same way as the previous siege, by pulling the lever and releasing lava into the outside world, utterly consuming the goblins and what scarce plant life had returned. Boat Murdered was now more secure than it had ever been. But this did not mean that life there was at all pleasant. Cross Quantum summarized his interpretation of life at Boat Murdered. Quote, "Diary, I'm starting to hate it here. It seems that every other day there's some new invading force of some kind or another. There's blood all over the main hallway now. Where does it all come from? Butterflies that stink with the stench of 1,000 corpses, and the screams of possessed dwarves echo through the halls." End quote. That winter, a kobold raid arrived, but just as quickly turned around and left. Cross Quantum lamented, quote, "Come on, guys, we have a nice settlement. Why didn't you stick around? Was it the ashen wasteland? The blood-stained gates? Was it the screams of madmen or the stench of death? We've got awful nice engravings of some fucking cheese here. Come the fuck on in!" With winter coming to a close, and with it the end of Boat Murdered's 10th year, the next person in line was unable to finish their turn, and so another person took the save file and began a new thread, meaning that players who had already taken a turn could play again. The new thread maker, Mystic Mongol, would claim the next year for himself, opening with a summary of Boat Murdered and its population of 63 dwarves, down from 91 just 2 years prior. The military now numbered only 5. Mystic noted, quote, "Food supplies were good for a fortress of this size, although the low population count worried me. Earlier reports had implied at least 100 dwarves lived in Boat Murdered. Indeed, there were many vacant bedrooms in the projects near the entrance, most of which were not properly licensed and zoned for dwarven inhabitants. I corrected this oversight immediately." End quote. This line implies a potentially
These
massive
nerds are
error
quite
from
funny.
one of the previous rulers. One of the major amenities that dwarves require is a bedroom with basic furniture, but simply carving out a room and placing the furniture is not enough. The space must be zoned for the purpose before a dwarf can claim it. Unzoned bedrooms would be an easy mistake to miss by later rulers, meaning that many dwarves could have been homeless for years, severely dampening their mood, and dwarves also have a tendency to ruminate upon both negative and positive events, which will worsen or improve a dwarf's mood long after the event has occurred. Still, the fact that this was now being addressed gave Boat Murdered some glimmer of hope. But this was far from the only problem that Mystic Mongol identified. Besides the lacking military, crime was rampant and unpunished in the fortress, and the bookkeeper had long since died with nobody to replace him, along with many of the other functionaries. However, many nobles still remained, and most of them were displeased. Nobles are a special class in Dwarf Fortress with special demands, many requiring higher value accommodations to remain satisfied, and while quite a few valuable treasures have been produced in Boat Murdered, few if any were assigned to them. With little precious metal being extracted from the mountain due to the numerous systemic problems, it would be difficult to provide the nobles with what they demanded. What's more, their quarters were significantly beneath sufficient, even if there were enough fine goods. Role-playing as one of the nobles, Mystic wrote, quote, "I was quite unhappy to find out my 3 royal rooms were in fact 1 room. I was further angered to find out my bedroom slash dining room slash study was shared with all of the House representatives, the mayor, the hammerer. Almost all of the nobles were crammed into a single room. Confusingly, they didn't seem to mind or notice. Once my initial rage died down, I assigned the remaining homeless nobles to the room. No reason they couldn't crash on my Dolomite couch. Still, I decided to spend some time making...
No reason they couldn't crash on my Dolomite couch. What? Anyways, I'm sorry guys, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, good.
Making individual housing for at least a few of them. End quote. Much like the other rulers, Mystic took the time to
Oh, I forgot something. I'll be right back. Just gonna take a look over here. Oh, it's my toothpick. Cool. I would like to see. Oh, hey! What I was looking for. Yeah. Sweet. Myself. Okay, there we go. The demon is striking a menacing pose. Oh my god.
inspect some of the artwork around Boat Murdered, and he chose a
Boat
representative
Murdered.
assortment of engravings, including a dwarf in the fetal position, a burning dwarf, a dwarf being shot with an arrow by a goblin, a screaming elephant, another burning dwarf, and one of the tentacle demons who had slain so much of Boat Murdered's population. The fortress's currency also sported a tentacle demon on its back. With the fortress in such extreme disarray, it would take untold effort to put things right, and as Mystic Mongol began, it was difficult to say whether or not it was possible to rescue Boat Murdered. Still, there was nothing to do but try. The remainder of the year was quiet for Mystic Mongol, who busied himself with tidying the fortress in various ways, including ensuring that the nobles had individual quarters, each sufficiently decorated with valuables produced from new metal and jewels mined out of the mountain. A makeshift militia was also created by equipping the crafts dwarves. However, the efforts of Mystic Mongol were less appreciated by Senkis, who was now taking his second turn. First, in the spring, a massive force including dozens of goblins arrived, and
Dozens
just like
of
the other
goblins.
attacks, the entrances were barricaded and the lever pulled to burn the entire invasion. Shortly afterward, another threat arrived, a bronze colossus named Lolum Romantic Day. This colossus, despite being a fearsome foe, was handled in much the same way as every other threat, with molten rock. To take revenge on Mystic for locking away the dwarf named for him, Senkis had an elephant released to attack Mystic's dwarf, but he managed to escape with only a broken leg before the elephant was caught in a trap. Mystic was nonplussed by this transgression. Quote, "Yo man, what? I didn't actively hurt you. You committed a crime and you feel the need to sick an elephant on me after stripping me of my weapons? Uncool, dude." Senkis minimized the threat that the elephant posed to Mystic's dwarf by pointing out the high-quality armor that he was wearing, and also noting that, because he had been unarmed by his own choice, he had gained 4 levels in wrestling. He also noted that he wouldn't have done so in the first place if Mystic's dwarf was not a noble. Indeed, due to the frequent deaths in Boat Murdered, the number of nobles in relation to the working dwarves was quickly becoming skewed. An immigration wave, while smaller than it otherwise would have been, consisted almost entirely of nobles, further increasing the chance of demands that the fortress could not meet. While conditions were improving, the history of the fortress would still be remembered in its artwork, including the masterpieces produced by Fey Moods. To help prevent such tragedies from occurring again, Sankis constructed a moat which could be activated with the pull of a lever. Still, a few small-scale attacks were repelled by the military alone, and hope was beginning to return. Perhaps, if things continued in such a way, Boat Murdered could potentially survive. But a brief glance at the population demographics showed just how far Boat Murdered was from attaining any sort of stability. The population had dipped from over 100 to 61 over the course of just a few years, and a third of those remaining dwarves were nobles, leaving only about 40 dwarves with skills related to labor, a distressingly low number for a fortress of Boat Murdered's age. With the year closed out, administration of the fort passed to a new forum member, this one named Dr. Zero, and his keenness to roleplay helped to reveal just how badly the fort had fallen into disrepair. Quote, "The winter snows had receded already down here, and the scene was horrendous. The earth, the trees, the very rock face of the mountain was scorched and burnt. Feeble plants poked through the ash and soot in between the piles of... what was this? I moved off the paved road to investigate piles and piles of armor and weapons, laying around as if their diminutive owners simply crumbled to ash. Dogs and cats picked through the debris, hunting small vermin. I turned to look back. Perhaps I could make the journey back to Kinmelville before... No, it was too late. I was being hailed by a dwarf in rags and tatters. The dwarf hailing me was Olin, the broker. His once noble pigtail clothes hang in scraps from his limbs, standing in pools of dried vomit." End quote. Here, Dr. Zero pointed out a horrendous oversight made by the previous rulers. As time passes in Dwarf Fortress, the clothing of dwarves wears through, and new clothes must be made by either buying cloth or making it from plants, and dwarves wearing worn clothing will be significantly less happy. At some point, the creation of new clothing had ceased in Boat Murdered. It was possible that it had never begun at all. This would need to be rectified as soon as possible. With the food supplies buoyed only by slaughtering many of the tamed elephants in the fortress, Dr. Zero set to work planting new crops as well. Along with these issues, he noticed that many of the dwarves were idle, with no work orders to fulfill. Again, how long the fortress had been in this state was difficult to ascertain. The various engineering projects had also been poorly recorded. When Dr. Zero began pulling levers in an attempt to discover which one would water the soil intended for crops, one of them opened a valve that spilled water into the siege workshop, soaking everyone inside. Why this existed in the first place was a mystery, though it was likely the leftovers from an unfinished project. The proportion of dissatisfied nobles, however, was beginning to directly interfere with work in the fortress. When the jeweler was unable to keep up with the demands of so many nobles, and often lacking the materials necessary to meet those demands, she was thrown in prison, further slowing Boat Murdered's production. What's more, a new immigration wave of 9 dwarves arrived, a third of which were nobles, doing nothing to fix the demographic imbalance. This was made slightly worse when the arriving
Nobles,
Baron's
people who don't do
consort
anything.
gave birth, to which Dr. Zero reacted by writing, "Just what we need, more noble larvae." Still, the rest of the year was quiet, and Dr. Zero did his best to set up the next ruler to be able to mine out more metals and gems. Despite the hopeful epilogue to the 13th year, the next person to take control would make clear his belief to the contrary immediately, that there was nearly no hope for Boat Murdered to escape its imminent doom. For the 14th year, Marijuana returned, and his assessment of the fortress was immediately dismal. Quote, "There are so many problems with boat murder that I don't even know how to begin reversing the cycle of decay. The first thing I noticed was the smell, and I don't know what to say about it. It's like an elephant's ass. Then I saw the bones and the rotting pieces of flesh that children kick around in the streets, and the nightmare scenes carved into the walls of dwarves and animals screaming, of monsters gorging upon children in lumps, and things I never want to speak of. It's as if the dwarves of Boat Murdered have lost all hope. I don't know what to do for these people, or if indeed there is anything that can be done for them. For now, I have ordered them to move these piles of goblin equipment to the magma river to be melted. By the gods, how many legions of goblins have died before the gates of Boat Murdered?" End quote. Despite ordering them moved, the goblin armor lay outside untouched, their former owners burnt away in the lava. Any production in Boat Murdered was quickly becoming paralyzed. Marijuana was further frustrated by the demands of the newly arrived elven diplomat, who ordered that the fortress limit the number of trees that it would cut down. After tentatively agreeing to the demands, he immediately came to regret his acquiescence, and he sent the small military on the elven merchants, stealing everything that they had brought with them. Then he ordered the dwarves out into the forest to cut down the trees that had stood beyond the reach of the lava flows. But like nearly everything in Boat Murdered, there was a complication. Quote, "Diary, I regret to write that our deforesters are having difficulties. Some of the men are allergic to the sun and can only walk so far before they become sickly and crawl back toward the fort, leaving trails of vomit in their wake. Other dwarves were ambushed by elephants in the southern parts of the forest where the magma could not reach. It goes without saying that the casualties were high. 2 dwarves died, and others were wounded and had to be dragged back to camp. I have ordered the men to leave Elephant Grove alone, at least for the time being." End quote. The person who was next slated to take control of Boat Murdered was watching and lamented, "Oh God, you slaughtered the merchants and are going to leave me to deal with the invasion?" But this slaughter was not enough to sate Marijuana. With the elephants to the south guarding the remaining trees, he built a bridge so that the lava could reach the far side of the river and the grove, and once this bridge was completed, he ordered the lever pulled. However, as soon as the lava spilled out into the field,